continued support from SEAMEO Secretariat. My sincerest thanks go to Dr. Randall Martin and BCCIA officer and staff for being RETRAC strategic partner and for co-organizing this conference. I also like to thank Capilano University in Canada for being a gold sponsor of this conference. I'd like to thank the conference keynote speakers, moderators, presenters, for your time and energy you put in preparing your paper and speaking at this conference. Thank you very much, all the participants from many countries. Thank you for your interest in this conference. I hope you will find the conference interesting, productive, and useful for your work at your institutions. My final thanks go to the organizing committee members and SEAMEO RETRAC officers and staff who have taken time out for this special event. Wishing all of you good health, happiness, and success. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hồ Thanh Mỹ Phương, for the warm welcome speech to all the participants. Moving on, I'm very honored to invite Dr. Randall Martin, Executive Director of BCCIE in Canada, representing the co-organizer, for his remarks.
Thank you very much, Thao. Much appreciated. Dr. Mi Fong, thank you so much. We really embrace and really value this long-term relationship with the SEAMEO RETRAC, and it's so mutually beneficial for the people and the students of British Columbia, and we hope for the people and students and teachers in Vietnam, as well as in the Southeast Asia region. And we just came off, just last week, we held our annual conference, the BCCIE annual conference in Whistler, very beautiful. It was the home of the 2010 Winter Olympics. And this was the first taste of a conference that many people had had for over 2.5 years. And we were thinking maybe we would have 200, 250 people. We had close to 450 people arrive at our conference. We had a big delegation from Ireland, from Mexico, and your colleagues, Ched, from the Philippines. And it was a huge success. We're very, very happy. And I was hoping to be in Ho Chi Minh City this week for this conference. In 2023, you must promise that we can do that live in Ho Chi Minh City, and we will be there. But Dr. Mi Fong, thank you so much to you, to your great staff. Thao, I know you're in charge of much of the organizing here, Dr. Tu, and many of the staff. It's always great, whether it's face-to-face or virtual, and we really appreciate this. Thank you to Dr. Chapichit from the SEAMEO Secretariat. We, in the last year, have become an affiliate member of the SEAMEO Secretariat, and we're now able to engage with all of the centers throughout the ASEAN region and the SEAMEO region. We're very delighted by that, and thank you very much for your support and engagement here. The Ministry of Education and Training in Vietnam, thank you for your support. And again, we look forward. I'm hoping that we can bring one of our Minister of Advanced Education to Vietnam before the end of the year, and maybe we can have some face-to-face meetings then as well. The British Columbia government, for their ongoing support of BCCIE and our activities and relationships, we thank them. And to our friends at Capilano University for being a gold sponsor. They're always there with us. This is dear to their heart, these relationships in Vietnam and Southeast Asia. So we thank them as well. The conference program looks absolutely brilliant. You've got a few days here. Cutting edge discussions about where we're going in education and international education in the post-COVID era. We were all hoping that things would get back to normal, what we thought was normal, but people have become quite friendly with working from home for a few days. Students have become quite engaged with studying from home or studying in their home countries for a while. And I mean, just little things like going to the doctor. We now do it on our telephones. We don't have to go to the doctor's office. So much has changed in almost every facet of our lives, and it would be naive or innocent to assume that education wasn't going to change as well. So a conference like this, Innovative Leadership and Management in Higher Education, Trends and Practices in the Post-COVID Era. We're not completely post-COVID, but we're close enough. We can see the end, yeah? And so this is a very important discussion that we're going to have over the next couple of days. I thank you at RETRAC for organizing this. I thank all of you. I see close to 400 people attending, over 400 people attending from throughout the region and the world. So thank you very much. We're always delighted to be a co-organizer and partner in this relationship and in this activity. And so I congratulate SEAMEO RETRAC and all of your staff and colleagues, and I encourage everybody to engage as much as you can and to get as much as you can out of this conference over the next few days. I'll be with you momentarily to introduce our first keynote speaker, but thank you very much and a warm welcome to this conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Randall Martin, for your remarks. Now it is my privilege to call upon Assistant Professor Dr. Sayafat Shafiji, Deputy Director for Program and Development, SEAMEO Secretariat in Thailand, to deliver his remarks.
Good morning. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Yeah, I just come back from Hanoi last week. The first time in Hanoi is very nice. Dr. Ho Thanh My Phuong, Director SEAMEO Regional Training Center, SEAMEO RETRAC, Vietnam. Dr. Randall Martin, Executive Director, British Columbia Council for International Education, BCCIE. Thank you very much for your words that I have heard. We will have a face-to-face conference very soon after the pandemics. Honorable speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning from Bangkok, Thailand. It is an honor for me to address 2022 International Conference on Innovation, Leadership, and Management in Higher Education, Global Trend and Practice in the post-COVID-19 pandemics. This is my first time to give the remark since I appointed for the post in the 1st of June 2022. Thank you, Madam Director, Dr. Ho Thanh My Phuong. This virtual international conference is a demonstration of our shared commitment to update and exchange information about best practice and effective innovation in leadership and management in higher education to be better prepared for the future and to explore innovative ideas and practices related to innovative leadership and management in higher education. I am particularly grateful to those colleagues who are joining from time zones very different from ours. Today, we will have an opportunity to explore three objectives. First, to create an education platform for education professionals and practitioners. Second, to explore top issues related to challenges affecting leadership, management practice. And the third is to develop a global network and linkage among policymakers, educators around the world, leaders and researchers, as well as professionals in the field of international and higher education for the future development. Dear colleagues, with one of 7 priorities, SEAMEO Secretariat has set its higher education agenda on harmonization in higher education and research in alignment with United Nations Sustainable Development Goal. In particular, target for by 2030, substantially increase the number of youth and allow who have relevant skills, including technical and vocational skills for employment, recent jobs, and entrepreneurship. In this regard, it is important that best practice and effective innovation in leadership and management in higher education should be exchanged and adopted at the region and national level for better preparation for the future of lifelong learning for all. The COVID-19 pandemic has made an adverse impact, disruption in education sector, in which education institutes have been forced to close and resorted to distant learnings. Therefore, I am delighted that despite the challenges placed by the COVID-19 pandemic, this is good thing, SEAMEO, RETRAC, and British Columbia Council for International Education have still managed to organize the 2022 International Conference on Innovative Leadership and Management in Higher Education. This is the highlighted effort promoting collaboration and knowledge exchange in higher education across the regions and beyond. This is an important event taking a significant amount of time, dedication, and hard work behind the scene. For the past 2 years, we welcome British Columbia Council for International Education, BCCIE, as an affiliate member. And this year, 2022, we have just welcomed Education University of Hong Kong, EduHK, as the newest additions to our SEAMEO family. Congratulations. The event today undoubtedly brings Southeast Asia and other regions closer to enhance regional understanding, cooperation, and unity of the purpose for the cross-regional development of higher education through the establishment of networks and partnerships, providing fora for policymakers and experts, and promoting sustainable development of human capital. SEAMEO, together with its 26 centers, including SEAMEO RETRAC, in 3 cluster areas such as education, science, and culture, we have 11 member countries, networks, associate country members, and also affiliate members. It's committed to providing opportunity for mutual learning through promoting higher education in the new transformation of education. Never before we felt the need to work together to achieve common goal by amplifying our strength through collaborative and strategic partnership. I am confident that we will triumph over all these difficulties through sustain higher education activities. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank SEAMEO RETRAC and British Columbia Council for International Education, Canada, for the effort and hard work in organizing this meaningful event to connect international education stakeholders. I look forward to engaging with all of you on how we can deliver on critical global public goods while enabling us to prepare for the threats and opportunity of the future. Lastly, I renewed inclusive and network across the region, which enhance institutional cooperation between SEAMEO secretariats, associate members, affiliate members, and networks, regional organizations, and others is the only way to achieve our shared aims and uphold our shared values. I look forward to hearing your ideas on how we can build upon our progress and together address the many challenges in innovative leadership management in higher education before us. Wish all a successful and fruitful conference. Thank you so much.
And ladies and gentlemen, may I request our distinguished guests, speakers, moderators to turn your camera on for the photo section. We'll take 3 shots. 1 second for you to address the camera. And now please look at the camera and smile. The first group photo. The second shot. The third one. The photos are successfully taken. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, and now to start with, I'm very pleased to introduce to you our first keynote speaker of the conference today. May I invite Dr. Rando Martin, Executive Director of BCCIE, to be the moderator of this session. It is also my privilege to invite Dr. Michelle Taco, President and CEO, Justice Institute of British Columbia in Canada, to deliver the keynote speech on finding our new normal in higher education, leadership, and governance. During Dr. Michelle Taco keynote speech, if you have any questions, please type them in the Q&A box. Thank you very much. And now, Dr. Rando Martin, the floor is yours. Dr. Michelle, if you want to start, please notify us and then we will share the screen for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tao. Thank you, Dr. Tarko, for joining us. It's evening time here in just about 7 p.m. in Vancouver. You might have heard that sometimes it rains in Vancouver. We've had a very wet spring and early summer, but it's sunny this evening, so we're delighted by that. Again, we wish we were there with you, but this is just one of the other, I think, symptoms of the global pandemic. It's probably good for the planet in some ways that we're not traveling as much. I know over the next few days, we'll be talking about sustainable development goals. We'll be talking about climate change. We'll be talking about virtual mobility. But in the end, there's nothing that beats being face-to-face with one another. And it will be a big task. I know we're up to it. It will require a lot of innovation and a lot of practice and experimentation, but we will find a very good balance. I know we will in education between internationalization at home, COIL, online instruction, face-to-face instruction, hybrid instruction, new models of content delivery, all of these things. You know, education, if you're going to be innovative, this is the space to be innovative in. And so I'm very excited about what the coming years will hold. I'm not a young man, and 3 years ago, some of the things I'm just doing regularly now, I never would have dreamed of being able to do. Even in terms of my engagement with staff, I thought you have to be in the office 5 days a week. Otherwise, I don't know if you're working or not. And now they're all at home and they're probably working harder than they ever did when they were in the office. And it's just changing your expectations and in terms of the office place, in terms of the classroom, and experimenting and having faith that everybody around you, I think, is working as hard and has the same investment in those goals. So I'm very excited to hear what Dr. Tarko will say today. I'm also very excited because you might know that Dr. Tarko, over the last several years, this is his third term as the president of the Justice Institute of British Columbia. He's also served a number of terms on the national board of the Colleges and Institutes Canada, both as vice chair and chair. He's just finished his role there, but he's also now on his second term as on the BCCIE board. And in addition to being on the board, he's also the chair of the board, which makes him my boss. So this is a very special opportunity for me to tell you all how wonderful my boss is and to encourage you to listen. I know he's completely up to date on all of the new technology and in terms of all of the changes in the post-secondary environment, both here in Canada and British Columbia, as well as globally. So I'm looking very much forward to hearing Dr. Tarko's presentation today. I will be, if you put in the chat room, in the chat, I will be facilitating questions at the end of Dr. Tarko's presentation, and I look forward to a very, very good conversation. So Dr. Tarko, Michelle, thank you very much for joining us this evening, and I look forward to your remarks. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Dr. Martin. Thank you, To, for the invite to participate in today's conference. Good morning, everybody. As Dr. Martin mentioned, it's an evening here in Vancouver, and it's a real honor and privilege to be with you. I'll ask for the slide deck, if you could bring up the first slide, please. Super. Thank you so much. So I guess I just want to start off with saying congratulations to the planning committee for this year's conference and the title of Innovative Leadership and Management in Higher Education, looking at global trends and practices in our post-pandemic era, if you will. Having said that, we're anticipating another wave in the fall, so sometimes it feels like we're almost out, but maybe we're still in it, but we're getting close to the end. I've been looking forward to this opportunity to share with you some of the trends in higher education from a Canadian perspective, impacting our collective work globally in this post-pandemic era. If I could have the next slide, please. So when I think about finding our new normal in higher education leadership as well as governance, we've been through a lot, and I think we need to celebrate the good work that has happened despite the challenges that came our way, and how institutions have found new opportunity around education, higher education, in all that we do. So when I think back to March of 2020 and the last 2 years, many institutions pivoted to either online forms of hybrid, forms of high flex methods of teaching and learning, as well as research. It was in September of 2021 that the majority of institutions began inviting students, faculty, staff back onto the campuses around the world with mixed responses. And those responses were either enthusiasm and or ambivalence. We saw it across our province here in BC with the institutions, 25 public post-secondaries, but also across Canada. And so I suspect that was true for you as well. When I think about the world of work, remote work was implemented through the pandemic, as you're well aware. And in some cases, some of the higher education institutions are continuing to implement remote work arrangements post-pandemic. And really, there's some really strengths to that when I think about flexibility with employees and employee retention and satisfaction, whether or not that's faculty or staff, but also students, that students are looking for options given their experience in a hybrid, high flex kind of a learning environment. So my belief here is that the next academic year, it will continue to evolve as higher education institutions pivot to one of being continuing to be hybrid, perhaps high flex. And when I say high flex, what I mean by that is the idea that you have students in the classroom, but you also have students working remotely. And through education technology, you can offer a mix of both methods in the same class. So you don't have to have students on campus, or you don't have to have them all remotely at the same time. And that's what I mean by high flex. And so we're experimenting with that here in Canada. When I think about what we're seeing around delivery, of course, we're embracing virtual reality, artificial reality to supplement the teaching and learning academic environment. And so it's hard to imagine today what technology we'll be using in 5 years from now, because we know that technology hasn't been invented yet. So things are moving at exponential speeds. If you don't have a Center for Teaching, Learning, Innovation in your institution, it's probably going to be a priority for your leadership team very soon. And when I think about the people, our experts, if you will, SMEs and curriculum developers and web designers and the whole team in any of those centers, I mean, these are the innovators that are supporting faculty, supporting students as we transition into our new normal. I'll just ask for the next slide if I could. I apologize that there's a blurriness to this one, but what I wanted to say is, when I think about the intersections of global forces as it relates to the UN's, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, as leaders, we have a responsibility to support those goals in any way that your institutions can. And so the UN Sustainable Development Goals, often referred to as the SDGs or global goals, are a collection of 17 global goals. and they're designed to be a blueprint to achieve a better and more sustainable future for all. They were set up in 2015 at the UN General Assembly, if you weren't aware, and they're intended to be achieved by 2030. So building on the principle that we don't want to be leaving anybody behind, the new agenda really emphasizes a holistic approach to achieving sustainable development for all. And what you would see when you do a deeper dive into the goals is there's a really purposeful intention to ensure that persons living with disabilities are lifted, are engaged, are included. I'll ask for the next slide. So this is just, again, identifying the 17 SDGs. Higher education institutions today are attempting to address the 17 SDGs, and how they're doing that is through curriculum, whether or not that's incorporating aspects in capstone projects, in work integrated learning opportunities, but also integrating some of these concepts through the program of study. So it's not just one course, hopefully not. If you can thread these concepts through a program, if it's a 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 year, of course, you're going to see more integration of those and a deeper understanding. As well, higher institutions, through partnerships with other institutions with shared values and goals, are working together to, again, support a better future for persons living with disabilities, but for the world at large. I'll take the next slide. So when I think about the intersection of the SDGs with leadership and governance, and on this one, I'm thinking more around governance. So it's important to recognize that as we embrace the SDGs, we're illustrating a commitment to them in strategic plans. And so what I'm seeing here in Canada, and certainly in BC, is the opportunity to increase building capacities in communities globally. Our Canadian federal government is providing opportunities that are focusing on climate change, sustainability, and the UN's SDGs do provide a framework to be able to make better explicit linkages that support applied research, empirical research, infrastructure investments across our sector in higher education. If you are interested, I'm just including a link here. Colleges and Institutes Canada, that Dr. Martin made reference to, has been supporting the UN SDGs through the promotion of the SDG Accord, which is really a world partnership. I've got the link here for you if you're interested in looking at it in more depth. But really, the SDG Accord is a worldwide partnership that is representing about 130 institutions, 130 support organizations, and over 800 individuals, all spread across 85 countries. They were launched in September of 2017, and the Accord is a public declaration of the institution's commitment to sharing and reporting on the progress towards the SDGs, giving rich insight and actions undertaken by higher education institutions and their outcomes in our communities. And again, thinking from this from a global perspective. There are basically 4 different signatories: institutions, individuals, supporting organizations, as well as student unions or student organizations. Really, the purpose of the SDG Accord is really twofold. First, it's to inspire, celebrate, and advance the critical role that education has in delivering on the SDGs and the value that it brings to government, business, and the wider society. Secondly, the Accord is a commitment to learning institutions that are making to one another in order to do more to deliver on the goals, to annually report on the signatories' progress, and to do so in ways that we can share the learning with each other, both nationally and internationally. From a governance perspective, what we're seeing in Canada is our boards of governors or boards of directors in some cases who have oversight for the organization, generally would be the vice chancellor and president's employer. They're looking at resetting the tone, if I can say, at the top. And so when I think about governance, whatever your board of governors highlights as a priority or a strategic focus, if you don't have the support at the board level, it's going to be a real challenge to implement across your organization. So many public boards of higher education institutions are refocusing strategic plans using the 17 SDGs as a framework for higher education. I think it's safe to say that as institutions in Canada anyway are implementing this, they're going to have more success as it relates to government funding, whether or not that's infrastructure and or other types of programming such as applied research. I'll take the next slide. So again, thinking of this from a governance perspective, it's true here in Canada that boards have the fiduciary responsibility to provide the direction to their presidents, their vice chancellors on 3 critical risk dimensions. And those 3 risk dimensions are reputational risk, financial risk, as well as quality education. So again, as I've said, often at the board level, the tone is set at the top, and that's just a key aspect of whatever direction your institution is headed. I think from a governance perspective, the boards are obviously they're providing oversight, whether or not that's for a nonprofit or for-profit higher education institution. And more we're seeing there's a social license, if you will. If you're embracing the SDGs, you have a bit more social license in terms of who you're attracting as investors and certainly as students and employers, or employees, I should say. We're seeing the next generation of employees coming our way, and most of the themes that are embedded in what they're thinking about is social responsibility. And the last thing I'll just say on this item or this slide here, that higher educations are in a strong position to advance the SDGs and to recognize the next generation of learners, that they are more concerned about outcomes than other generations who have come before them. The next slide is looking at the intersection of global forces. And here in Canada, you may have heard of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and the calls to action. And what that is all about is I'll just acknowledge Honorable Murray Sinclair, who was the first Aboriginal judge appointed to the court in the province of Manitoba. And he was the second Aboriginal judge appointed in all of Canada. Justice Sinclair, he led what we're calling the TRC inquiry into the treatment of Indigenous peoples. And when I say Indigenous, I mean the First Nations people who are the first people of our country. The Métis, who are often referred to as mixed blood between a First Nation and a European heritage, and or the Inuit is another group of Indigenous people in the northern part of Canada. And so the idea here is the inquiry looked at the treatment of Indigenous people, all 3 groups, since contact with Europeans going back more than 150 years. Out of that inquiry came 94 TRC calls to action that were cited in the report, and they focused on child welfare, education, health, justice, language, and culture. The essence of the inquiry was a call for the federal government and all Canadians to address the actions pertinent to their substantive area of the 6 I just mentioned. Time doesn't allow us to get into any detail with the 94 calls. And what I would say is one way that we're bridging in higher education the calls to action is that the majority of higher education institutions in Canada are making efforts to address the calls through indigenization efforts and the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People. And the acronym that I'm using here is the UNDRIP. I'll just ask for the next slide. And so when I think about the intersection of global forces between the United Nations Declaration of Rights and Indigenous People, here in British Columbia, it was back in 2019 that BC became the first Canadian jurisdiction to incorporate UNDRIP into our law here in BC. So that's the Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. The DRIP action plan contains 89 actions aimed at addressing the inequities experienced by Indigenous people and improving Indigenous health and well-being. All higher education institutions here in British Columbia are mandated to implement an action plan in support of DRIP, or DRIPA in this case. So the way that institutions in Canada are addressing this is through developing indigenization plans. The Act itself was never incorporated into law at the federal government here in Canada. However, the federal government views the Act as aspirational, and in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous people, the federal government is looking to support action plans, but it's not mandatory in all jurisdictions. I'll ask for the next slide. So what we're doing at JVC, the Justice Institute of British Columbia, this is our second indigenization plan. We started almost 10 years ago, and this was just released in December. So we're calling it Living Indigenization. And we've also just released our new strategic plan looking out to 2027 only last month. And I'll ask for the next slide. The strategic plan for JVC has 6 key strategic commitments. And the one that relates to indigenization is this slide. And so it's looking at living Indigenous ways of thinking, being, relating, and doing. And part of that is looking at our governance structure, that all institutions and higher ed institutions in British Columbia have Indigenous representation on their board of governors, and those are people who are appointed by the government. And many of the organizations of higher ed here in BC also have what we call Indigenous advisory councils. And generally the Indigenous advisory council are people of Indigenous descent who have a direct relationship and reporting to the Office of the President. Internally at our school, we have an Office of Indigenization with a director, and that individual is a direct report into my office as president. I'll ask for the next slide. So when I think about the Indigenous plan that we have looking out for the next 5 years, there are 4 key strategic focuses, if you will. It's around transformational leadership, so engaging Indigenous people in our governance oversight, but also internally as it relates to leadership. One of the key things that we're really proud of is our Elders in Residence program. We have 4 elders representing 4 different groups who are part of our team, and they provide time with students, staff, and faculty as it relates to telling the truth about the past, and really providing webinars, if you will, or seminars in helping non-Indigenous people understand our history so that we can move forward in a good way and not repeat past harms. The second element of the indigenization plan looks at holistic services and supports. We have an Aboriginal gathering place that's a holistic environment with a lot of cultural artifacts where Indigenous students, when they come onto our campuses, feel support and a sense of social comfort, if you will. And we're looking at opportunities where Indigenous ways of life in programming and research are shared. So for example, we have a class, 3-credit course, Sociology 1100, Reconciling Colonial Practices in Justice and Public Safety at our school. All domestic students are required to take this 3-credit course as part of their program. It doesn't matter if you're in a 1-year, 2-year, or a 4-year baccalaureate, but that's also true for international students who come to our school or any other school here in BC, that international students are also required to have exposure to decolonization, some of our history in terms of knowing the truth before we can move to reconciliation in a good way. And of course, the last sort of key strategic focus of this indigenization plan is really looking at building capacity in Indigenous communities throughout our province and also relationships. If I could have the next slide. So with all of that, intersections of global forces associated with internationalization, many higher education institutions in BC and Canada have invested heavily in cultural exchange programs, in study abroad programs. Not everybody is where they would like to be as it relates to two-way flow of students, but many higher education institutions have identified that having competencies related to global citizenship is important, and those are being built into program areas, whether or not that's a 1-year, 2-year, 4-year program, that graduates of any of our programs need to have competencies as it relates to global citizenship. Certainly faculty exchanges and research partnerships. So I think that the key elements of internationalization efforts here are really to support student safety and well-being, as well as their mental health coming out of this pandemic. It seems to be more pronounced while studying in Canada. It's also about ensuring international students have a well-rounded student experience with other Canadian students. And the last point I would make here is really looking at integrating diverse cultural perspectives into curriculum to support domestic students in their development of being a global citizen, recognizing that not all domestic students will have an opportunity to have an international study abroad experience. And so the richness that comes from international students being in classrooms with domestic students on campus, not only for students, but also for staff and faculty, it's just so rich. If I could have the next slide. The intersections, again, looking at global forces with internationalization. The Canadian labor market shortage is looking very bleak, it seems, looking out to 2031. There's been lots of investment in future skills training and reskilling of Canadian workforce, but also the government of Canada and certainly of British Columbia is looking at immigration of new Canadians. The Canadian government, federal government and provincial governments are forecasting labor market shortages in most sectors over the next 10 years. The Canadian population is insufficient to fill the labor market gaps coming our way, so there is a need to support reskilling, retraining of underemployed and underrepresented populations in Canada through programs such as the Future Skills Training, also for persons with disabilities, and also for persons who have lost their employment due to the pandemic. Immigration of new Canadians will continue to be a reality as there is not enough population growth in British Columbia, for example. The BC government has released a report that there will be 1 million vacancies in the next 10 years, and there's just not enough population to fill those vacancies. And so lots of effort is being put into mobility from other provinces, but equally looking at opportunities for international migration as well. The next slide, if I could. Thank you. So again, looking at the intersection of global forces and that are influencing whatever our new normal is. I don't believe we're there yet in higher education here in Canada nor globally. But what we have seen through the pandemic and as we're coming out of the pandemic is really shifting to a variety of hybrid, high flex ways of delivering curriculum, as well as online programming with virtual reality and artificial reality. The UN 17 SDGs are linked to strategic planning and strategic priorities. The TRC calls to action, and more specifically looking at indigenization efforts in our institutions as we decolonize our structures, our policies, our processes. And the last sort of key influence, again, thinking about internationalization of our institutions, is really in support of global citizenship and global mobility. In closing, our post-pandemic reality of new ways of working in higher ed, whether or not that be hybrid, high flex, online, embracing this SDGs in support of a better world for our planet. The Canadian TRC calls to action, efforts towards indigenization and internationalization are the top challenges and opportunities facing higher education institutions here in Canada as we do find our new path and our new normal into this post-pandemic era. I feel like I'm talking really fast, watching the clock, but so I'll just close here by saying thank you for your attention and for your leadership in bringing together this conference and your interest in hearing from one Canadian perspective related to leadership and governance. Thank you. I'll just take the next slide.
Thank you. Thank you, Michelle, Dr. Tarko, much appreciated. For a lot of our colleagues on the call here and over 430 as we speak, I think they might be interested to see your focus or an emphasis on issues of reconciliation, indigenization as part of the new normal. And I would just like to offer a bit of context for people and then pass the baton back to you. Almost coincidental with the pandemic here in Canada was the discovery that we had a number of what they called residential schools in Canada. Residential schools were where the Canadian government of the day, the colonial government, took it upon themselves, and the vernacular is to teach the Indian out of the Indian. to take the Indian out of the kid. They took so many young Indigenous First Nation children from across the country and put them into schools, many of them run by the Catholic Church, but not entirely, where they had to forget their language, their culture, they had to learn English, they had to become mainstream Canadian. And much of that history, it was tragic. 400,000 kids, and many tens of thousands never came home. And what happened about 2 or 3 years ago was they discovered that on a number of these residential schools, they discovered unmarked graves. These were not mass graves, but these were graves where children had died from tuberculosis, from other diseases, from many causes, but they had been buried and forgotten. And some of these graves were discovered, and it was an event that opened the eyes of Canadians, of mainstream Canadians, of non-Indigenous Canadians, to the terrible legacy of colonialism on our First Nations, on our Indigenous peoples. Every country represented on this call today has a First Nations community, has Indigenous peoples, the first peoples who were there. And I was talking to one of our Indigenous colleagues recently, and they said, well, if you don't know who the Indigenous people are in your country, maybe you're one of them. You don't know, but you could know. And we've been dealing at our conference last week with folks from Mexico. We have huge activities going on with Mexico in terms of their Indigenous populations and ours. And I think this process of trying to reconcile, trying to address the past injustices to this population, and to bring everybody up to an equal footing moving forward is key to the new normal. And certainly in Canada, and the reason why Dr. Tarko, I believe, put some emphasis on this was in Canada, the SDGs, the new normal, reacting to the pandemic and addressing our past with our Indigenous peoples are all part of the same conversation. And I just wonder, Dr. Tarko, if you might, comment on that very briefly.
Absolutely, Randall. I had to change my background. Apologize for all of this. But what you see behind me is something that you're going to see across Canada, and it's about Every Child Matters. And so part of the campaign is to recognize the unmarked graves of children that I'm going to say several hundred have been discovered in the last couple of years, and there's more to be discovered. And so when I think about September, this is I think it's September 24th, if I'm not mistaken, is the annual day for recognizing Every Child Matters. I mean, we want to do that every day, but it's a marker in time. So, just to underscore Dr. Martin's comments about indigenization, it's top and center of all the conversations we're having with the other aspects of this presentation. When I think about things that we're wanting to do, we really want to make sure that students, staff, and faculty have a deep and shared understanding of the truth before we can move to reconciliation. And there's lots of energy that people want to move down that path, but we can't go too fast. And so the course that I identified around decolonizing, the name of the course, I'm forgetting off the top of my head, that's a critical course, if you will, for all domestic and international students. We can deconstruct that course, and we have done that, and to offer that as a sort of a webinar, if you will, around staff education and faculty development. Often, if you're an Indigenous student in a classroom and the faculty is non-Indigenous, the faculty member will turn to the person to say, well, you're Indigenous, tell us more about the history. And that's really unfair, because sometimes Indigenous students don't have a deep understanding of their own history because of their experience in terms of being taken out of their home culture, their home environment, their community, etc. So I'm not sure, Randall, if that was what you were leading towards.
No, absolutely. I just think it's important in certainly the Canadian context, and I know the Mexican context, and in fact, we're on the verge of having this conversation in the United States. where they have witnessed, they also had residential schools, they also had disappeared and unmarked graves of Indigenous students in the United States. And this is finally becoming part of the discussion there as well. So I think in, parts of, if I may, the New World, North America, this is becoming very, very central. So yeah, thank you for that, just to give some institutional focus. We do have a couple of questions that are online, and I'm cognizant of the time. I think we're just passing the time. But one of our first questions was, in terms of like global intersections and our priorities, how do our priorities change specifically related to the management of institutions rather than curriculum, content, delivery, and things like that? How are priorities and how have things changed in terms of the management and administration of a post-secondary institution due to the pandemic?
Yeah. So, I mean, it all comes down to your strategic focus. And so, I'm smiling because my board of governors approved our strategic plan back in March of 2020. And of course, everything came to a halt. And so we had to restate the plan a year and a half later. And coming out of that, and some of what you've heard in this presentation is we identified 2 additional strategic priorities, one being indigenization and the other being equity, diversity, and inclusion, that were somewhat referenced in the original plan, but they became more explicit given what was happening in Canada. Our processes are generally the draft strategic plan will go to the Board of Governors with a lot of engagement with stakeholders. The board signs off, and that could be a 3-year plan or that could be a 5-year plan. And then those are my marching orders with my team. Is generally how that happens. Of course, I mean, if there was significant disruption like a pandemic that we just are coming out of, that would have an impact in terms of setting priorities. So for example, the last 2 years, it was around supporting students in any way that we could remotely in a hybrid kind of fashion. A lot of our programming has an applied nature to the training that we do. And so students are required to participate in simulations and scenarios with actors, in artificial ways to demonstrate competency before they're eligible to graduate. So there's much complexity.
I have one more question. I know we're a little bit over time here, but in terms of the trajectory of change, I think we were all quite, as leaders, as administrators, we were all moderately complacent, in 2019, we were just going to travel more and do things. And then this thing exploded, and within a month, everything was different. And we've clawed our way back to where we're functioning quite well, different work weeks, people are still working from home. But in terms of sort of the qualities of leadership, the attributes needed for leadership in terms of a time of great change, and as we're adapting and normalizing that change, and I'm sorry if I'm throwing a curveball towards you here, but I just wonder if you could talk about some of the attributes of leadership that you think are required in a time of change as opposed to in a time of stability and normal sort of progress.
No, thanks for that, Dr. Martin. I mean, what stands out to me, given what we've just lived through, and I say this thinking about at our institution, we had a working group looking at remote work for about a year and a half before the pandemic, and it was moving very slowly. And I was getting frustrated with the team thinking, come on, we know that things are needing to shift. So what's holding us up? And again, March 11th, 2020, here we go. Everything pivoted within 10 days at our school. And I'm sure that was true for other institutions as well. And, coming out of that, it came down to trust, that my leadership team had a lack of trust. And I know you made reference to that, Dr. Martin, in your opening remarks, that if you weren't at your desk Monday to Friday, you likely may not be doing the same quality of work. And what we've lived through is the actual opposite. And so when I think about leadership attributes, trust your leadership team, get out of the way, you hire competent people, very highly educated people, and let them, do the work that you've given them the responsibility and accountability to do. And just at a very high level, for me, it was trust, respect, and get out of the way.
Yeah. Yeah, my staff have been telling me for years to get out of the way, and it finally didn't happen until the pandemic, but I realized they're all great without me.
Yeah.
I do believe we're breaking into sort of the bathroom break, or the short break before the next session. So I will thank you very much, Dr. Tarko, Michelle, appreciate this. And I know your email is here. I know that your presentation will be shared, I think, after the conference with people. And so I will thank you. Thank you, Tao, and folks in Ho Chi Minh City. And I'll pass the screen back to you, Tao. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah. Sorry, Tao, we can't hear you.
After the break, we are going to move the first plenary section, which is about the sub-theme, Educational Leadership Innovation. Now, let's take a short break for a cup of coffee or snacks. We'll come back at 9:45 a.m. Vietnamese time. Please do not log out of the Zoom meeting. Let's stay tuned with us. Thank you very much.
Chưa nghe em nói Thảo ơi.
Right now, we are coming the first plenary section. The theme of this section is about educational leadership innovation. Now to start with, I would like to welcome Associate Professor Dr. Lê Văn Hảo, Head, Academic Excellence Unit, Eastern International University in Vietnam, to be the moderator of this section. And may I invite the distinguished speakers, Mr. Rajji Gue, Roberto Stamped Academic Coordinator, Far Eastern University in the Philippines, and Dr. Đặng Thị Ngọc Lan, Director, Language Center and Foundation Year, Vietnamese German University in Vietnam, to join this panel. During their presentations, if you have any questions for speakers, please type your questions in the Q&A box. Thank you very much. And now, Dr. Lê Văn Hảo, could you please start the section?
Thank you, Thảo. You hear me well, Thảo?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Hello, everybody. At the moment, we still have more than 400 people around the world, but I think mostly in Southeast Asia country and people from Canada. So I'm really honored and happy to be a moderator for the previous session one. I'm Lê Văn Hảo from the Eastern International University in Vietnam in Bình Dương province. In this session, we have two impressive speakers from Philippines and Vietnam. Before the first speaking, I would like to remind you that if you have any question to the speaker, please type on the Q&A icon, right? Because maybe with technical problem, people may reading easily than listening. Before starting with the first presentation, may I talk a little bit about the Mr. Roberto Rodriguez? Mr. Roberto is a full-time senior high school physics teacher and STEM academic coordinator at the Far Eastern University in Philippines. He got a Bachelor of Science Physics for teachers at the Philippine Normal University, and then the Master of Science Physical Science de La Salle University. He has published works in various journals focusing on pure physics and physics education. He also presented his works in various regional, national, and international conferences as a recipient of Best Research Paper, Best Paper Presenter. And at present, he's pursuing the degree of Doctor of Philosophy in Science Education at the Philippine Normal University, Manila. We're happy to welcome Mr. Roberto Rodriguez with his presentation with the title Innovative Leadership and Management in Higher Education, Global Trend Practices Post-19 Pandemic. And his topic is Fostering Transformational Instructional Leadership vis-a-vis Replicated employee plan through assimilated Haber-Mason public sphere. Welcome, Mr. Rodriguez, please.
Good day, everyone. It is my honor to present to you my paper titled Fostering Transformational Instructional Leadership vis-a-vis Recalibrated Hamlin Plan through Assimilated Haber-Mason Public Spheres. I'm Mr. Roberto L. Rodriguez Jr., the STEM Academic Coordinator of FEU Cavite Senior High School Department and a graduate studies student of Philippine Normal University, Manila. To start, education leaders are instrumental in providing quality instruction in the academe, hence the term instructional leaders. This leadership is driven by the school leaders' mental model and strategies of leadership that drive their practice. Yet, this practice promotes universality in governing educational institutions. Hence, scholars disclose the need for such leaders to have knowledge and consultative skills. To attain this, researchers promote the merging of two types of leadership, namely shared leadership, in which teachers and administrators collaborate on school demands for teachers, and transformational leadership, emphasizing on organizations' dedication to a common objective and the greater good. When merged, this gives birth to the concept of integrated instructional leadership. More so, this is urged by the incursion of COVID-19 to various states around the globe, which has triggered the World Health Organization to declare a global pandemic in 2020. Such has set forth the disruption to the education community. Hence, as a response, academic institutions shifted from a physical setup to what we call now as the new normal teaching and learning scheme. During this transition, institutions are compelled to recalibrate pre-pandemic practices in facilitating and assessing learning, such as technology integration, shifting of education constructs, and exploring flexible modalities, tools, and strategies for the new setup. It's a sad reality that it has caused most novice and seasoned teachers to doubt themselves in attaining the demands of teaching in an online environment. Thus, the first gap in this study, it is evident then that performative expectations such as assessment, curricular enactment, and teaching practice are increasingly influencing teachers' work and learning. Hence, it is in this time of the academic demand to propose a recalibration of the instructional leadership and capitalize on its transformational facet. To fill in this gap, the proposed solution in this study is anchored to two theoretical underpinnings, namely Hamlin Plan. This linear process was originally formulated for the practical liberal arts, particularly writing for higher education, to redirect from professing information as a mode of teaching. Instead, it starts with mentoring the learners on their discovery process, then modeling what is expected from them in the learning process, and afterward, the assessment and evaluation of the learning outcomes are in the monitoring phase. Lastly is the public sphere conceptualized by the critical theorist Eugene Habermas in 1964. The public sphere is a social realm in which individuals communicate views as equal agents practicing communicative rationality. This notion is supplemented with the idea of communicative actions in it, for all people to deliberate unreservedly for better understanding and attaining a common goal. While teachers have been taught in multiple public spheres in school settings, less is known on public spheres of teachers' practice, not to mention the need to involve the teachers in the school protocols, policies, and practices that enable them to exercise their discursive rights to participation. Those theories led to research gap number 2. First is, Hamlin Plan is yet to be explored in leadership practice that highlights quality instruction among teachers as a cycle. And contrary to the traditionally passive role of teachers in the teaching performance assessment, integration of the Habermasian public spheres emphasizes the necessity to depart from this norm in the academe. It is further supported by Martin in 2016, underscoring that such norms must be evaluated against real-life participants with a variety of opinions who all respect the rights of others to participate. To fill in these gaps, this study aims to contextualize the Hamlin Plan as a cycle instead of a linear process in the teacher performance assessment, while assimilating Habermasian public spheres in each phase to promote the transformational instructional leadership. In attaining this goal, the author used an autoethnographic research design highlighting its nature as observational and reflexive research method. In contrast to the common notion of data-driven research, this design maximizes the author's subjective nature and reflexive examination as autoethnographic data. In the context of the study, the data were from the merged concepts of the Hamlin Plan and public spheres by Habermas, in the context of instructional leadership and the personal observation and experiences of the author as a teacher and as an instructional leader aiming to ameliorate the involvement of teachers in the teaching performance assessment. To provide the context, the study focuses on how the proposed solution can be used in the teacher performance assessment in the academe. From the linear process of the Hamlin Plan, the researcher recalibrates it into a cycle of mentoring, modeling, and monitoring wherein the public sphere is maximized in each phase. For any assessment process, it is imperative to set the assessment goals before any administration of such. Yet, the dynamic needs of the students call for adaptive and responsive changes in teaching practices with heightened accountability despite challenging environments. These expectations are translated to standard assessment tools to assure all teachers are on the same page with any change that may take place. Hence, There is a need for an instructional leader to mentor teachers and cascade these expected outcomes to promote deliberative actions through the public sphere. Instructional leaders can present these expectations to the teachers interactively during the mentoring phase. Instead of hardly putting down the expected outcomes, transformation leaders can start mentoring by hearing the insights of the teachers regarding these expectations, clarify points that draw confusion to them, and meet halfway after hearing their concerns to have a win-win situation. Lastly, both parties may arrive at an initial draft of the modified assessment tool. This leads to the modeling phase of the Hamline Plan. It is worthy to note that after hearing the voices of all participants in the public sphere during the mentoring phase, the set expectations and deliberated solutions are just theoretical and not yet put into practice. Thus, in the context of transformational instruction leadership, it is expected from a department chair to be a person who is at least credible enough to lead a community of educators through example. By displaying the education, leading by example creates a significant precedent. Contextualizing the modeling phase, a public sphere where teachers initiate the feedbacking is expected. First, the leader models the expectations. Teachers air out to the instructional leaders their observation and concern, such as, but not limited to, things that can still be improved in the set of criteria set for them, are applicable and not applicable in their field, and can and cannot be contextualized in their field. This assimilation of the public sphere highlights the importance of deliberating the expectations through pilot testing before any assessment of the teacher's performance. Consequently, the end goal of the previous phase is to arrive at an initially deliberated assessment material for any teacher task. To check it in the actual implementation, monitoring shall follow. It is expected from the teachers to put the deliberated content of the tool into action while the instruction leaders monitor the outcomes. The assumption is for the teachers to meet all the key indicators of its attainment, yet there is no absolute implementation. Hence, the simulation of the public sphere comes in through the post-conference. This shall offer a venue for all participants to discuss the observations and implementation of such teacher experience. Discursive actions at this point can trigger possible modifications of the tool, hence starting the cycle again of the contextualized Hamline Plan. In conclusion, this proposal offers to contribute to putting into practice a vision for a transformation leader who goes beyond the traditional mode of direct control, reward, and punishment to delivering changes in the organization through motivation and inspiration. This addresses the gap of the usually passive role of teachers in their performance assessment using common standards that can limit consultative skills of both parties. Thus, being an instrumental solution, it is recommended for this proposal to be rolled out and undergo cycles of implementation to possibly promote transformational instructional leadership in the country. The following are the references used in the study. That ends my presentation. Thank you so much for listening. Good.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. You get the term fry very exactly. So I know that it's not easy to understand your research during this very short time presentation. So I think that lots of people is waiting for your presentation, your file at the SEAMEO website. Before we move to QA session, we should hear the next speaker, and then we move to the QA session together. Dr. Lang will have the next presentation, and before that, I would like to say something about Dr. Đặng Thị Ngọc Lan. She's now director of the Language Center and Foundation Year of Vietnamese German University in Vietnam. Dr. Lang earned her master's degree in Educational Management and Human Resource Development at the University of Sydney in Australia in 2002, and a doctoral degree in Higher Adult and Lifelong Education in Michigan State University in the US in 2012. Her research interests are in gender equality, women and leadership in academia, transcultural women's leadership, global citizenship, female student in STEM, and transnational higher education, and English as a medium of instruction. So I'm sure that with her background, she will have a great great presentation to us, to the title presentation, Women in Academia, East and West, Navigating Institutional and Cultural Challenges and Leadership Style. Dr. Lam, please.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Hao. Can I share my screen? Share the screen from my side because I just had an eye operation. I cannot read words from my laptop. I need a bigger screen. Thank you.
Sure.
Right, let me maximize it. Actually, I cannot see very clearly. Right, can you see my screen now?
Yeah, it's good now.
Yeah, first, thank you, Dr. Hao, for your introduction. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Now I'm presenting to you my longitudinal empirical study on women and leadership in higher education. Actually, in the three countries, the United States, Malaysia, and Vietnam. And in this presentation, I will focus on how the mid-level women leaders at the 6 universities, 3 in the US, 2 in Vietnam, and 1 in Malaysia, navigated institutional and cultural challenges and their leadership style. So in this presentation, I will go through the introduction, research design and methodology, preliminary findings with the time limitation. So I will only focus on the similarities and the concluding remarks. So research shows that although women in academia have made remarkable progress in life and higher education all over the world, and they also have had numerous opportunities to be promoted to leadership positions, they are still underrepresented in full professorship and leadership positions. Research shows that women in academia are disproportionately concentrated in lower level and lower authority positions. So this study aims to explore life experiences of mid-level women leaders in the 3 countries, 2 in Southeast Asia and 1 in North America, Vietnam, Malaysia, and the United States. It also seeks to examine and compare the persistence of cultural and institutional obstacles to women leadership advancement in the 3 countries under study. And last but not least, this study is aimed to produce new knowledge for students taking leadership courses at the primary researchers university and the 3 countries under study. And our key research questions are: what is the nature of the experiences of mid-level women leaders in higher education in Vietnam, Malaysia, and the United States, and how do they advance into leadership positions? And this is, as I mentioned earlier, a longitudinal qualitative study. Actually, it started in early 2021. And the primary research approach we employ is phenomenology. Why phenomenology? Because this method allows researchers to describe, analyze, and understand people's experience in various aspects of the world. And also, it allows researchers to use multiple techniques such as group interviews, observations, drawings, written responses, historical documents to collect the data. And in these studies, purposeful sampling was used to select women who have already attained leadership positions at their institutions. In addition, snowballing technique was brought into use to select enough participants for the study. Actually, 5 mid-level women leaders were selected from each country together with 1 or 2 gatekeepers who are their bosses. And the data were collected through in-depth phenomenographic interviews, mainly through Zoom, because the study was conducted during the COVID time. So we couldn't go to the site to interview the participants. We must interview them through Zooms. And data also were collected through the analysis of national and institutional statutes and documents on gender issues and academic promotion policies. So our preliminary findings shows both similarities and differences among the three countries and between the two countries in Southeast Asia as well. But here, as I mentioned earlier, I only have time to present to you the similarities. So among the 6 universities under study, women are still underrepresented in top and key leadership positions, such as president or rector, vice president, chairperson of the board of trustees, or what we usually call in Vietnam university council, and dean positions. At the 6 universities under study, there were no female presidents and rectors, and women only held between 20 to 30% of the dean positions. Another finding shows that women's salary is lower than men's for the same positions. Some participants explain that this is because women usually hesitate and feel uncomfortable to negotiate for their salaries. As one American participant pointed out, like something that women struggle with is negotiating for your salary. Negotiating for promotion and salary, I typically haven't stood up for myself very well to do that. Right? And in Vietnam, a study conducted by World Bank in 2017 shows that the salary of women or their wages are lower, and also their working conditions, especially for women in the labor force, are even worse. And another finding shows in our study shows that there are challenges typically for women. For example, in the US, when an American participant replaced her male boss to assume a new role of the director of the international office at her university, she faced challenges typical for her sex, saying that I think there are challenges that I face when probably pretty typical for another woman in that role. And in Malaysia, there are challenges common for women leaders as well. Like this is a long quote, but in general, this participant pointed out that if there is a vacant position and there is a qualified man, like he will certainly get that position. But if there is the same vacant position and there is a qualified woman, that woman will certainly have to compete. And in Vietnam, the biggest challenges for Vietnamese women leaders are, the first one is to balance between work life and family responsibilities. And this Vietnamese participant pointed out that when her son was 2 years old, she had the opportunity to study abroad, but at that time she decided not to go because she's concerned about leaving her son at home with her husband, and nobody will take care of him, or her husband cannot take care of him as well as she did. And she's also concerned about educating him, being close to him, to tutor him in his study. And if she went abroad for her study, then that will adversely affect her son's future and development. And moreover, other Vietnamese participants also pointed out that another big challenge to them is being a woman in an all-men leadership world. Like you can look at some last slide. Right, so you see that men, on the other hand, can interact with the outside world more easily, and men can go on business trip with the directors and the board of directors more easily. Right, above him are old men, so he can get along with them more easily. So this is an old man world. So of course, male leaders will have more. How can I say? Will find it easier, right, to deal with men above him. And also, there are adverse influences of the COVID-19 pandemic. Right, during the COVID-19 pandemic, the women feel very stressful and tired because of the huge amount of workload. And sometimes they said that they lost the direction to move forward. Like as one Malaysian participant pointed out, that initially the abrupt transition to online teaching only 3 weeks after the new semester face-to-face teaching was overwhelming. Like teaching online for 2 hours per class and 6 hours per day at times was very tiring and draining. And similarly, like along the same lines, Vietnamese participants stated that since the pandemic started, I have been busier with all the online teaching, research, and mentoring undergraduate and graduate students. It seems to me that I cannot have any break now since the student keeps sending emails to me every day. And even when I told them I would have a few day break, like my work and life here are also very hectic. And after the COVID-19 pandemic, right, the amount of work keeps on increasing, including the insoluble and the aftermath of the COVID-19. For example, one US participant commented, I would say the only big change is that during and after the pandemic, I've been more understanding about the time constraints and honoring limitations, both of my own and others. Like the pandemic has been difficult with a lot of responsibilities. So actually, during the online time, they have more responsibilities to carry out. Along the same lines, a Vietnamese participant also share the same issues. So like she said that 50% of the work of her university could be conducted during the pandemic. So the other 50% must be done after the pandemic. But after the pandemic, many of her staff members got sick and they got post-COVID-19 symptoms. So she was very reluctant to delegate or to assign the task to them. So the effectiveness of the work cannot be ensured for the time being. And among the two Southeast Asian countries, there are some similarities. Like the first similarity is in both Malaysia and Vietnam, there is the quota of 30% of women in leadership positions at the national and institutional level. But this goal in the both countries haven't been achieved yet. For example, in Vietnam in 2020, the number of females, the percentage of female holding seats in the National Assembly is was only 26.7%, and in Malaysia, the percentage of women in the parliament is even lower, only 14.4%. And although in the two countries there is the enactment of the law and policy on gender equality, but in reality, women are not equal with men yet. And here are some other quotes. Yeah, so I skip it in order to move to the last part. Right. So our data shows that women in the three countries exercise somewhat similar leadership model. Like all of them exercise authentic leadership. Research shows that the leaders exercise, according to research, and this shows in our study, they exercise genuine, real, trustworthy, and good leadership that is transparent, morally rounded, and responsive to people's needs and values. Like as a Vietnamese participant identifying, I'm very clear in how to assign tasks to my staff and evaluate them. The assignments are based on their strengths so that they can grow. Right? And along the same lines, a Malaysian participant review. Right? I think maybe I am a people person. Normally, I engage everyone in the meeting, monthly meeting for 1 hour, very casual. So I want the staff to know the vision. I would like everybody to know where we are going. Although at the end, it is my decision. But I just want to get their opinions first on the pros and cons of the ideas. So they are very transparent and very clear in sharing their opinions and the direction they are going.
And we have 2 minutes left.
I almost come to the last slide. Thank you, Dr. Hao. So another model of leadership that these women exercise is situational leadership, especially during the time of the COVID-19 pandemic. And they are very good. They were very good at adapting their leadership style to the demands of different situations and people under their leadership. I just give you an example of a U.S. Participant who is an academic program coordinator. I would say the only big change is that during and after the pandemic, I've been more understanding about the time constraints and honoring the limitations both of my own and others. The pandemic has been difficult with a lot of responsibilities. So I think of it. So I think as a leader, I'm less rigid and more open to trying to support the others. So they are willing to change themselves to adapt to the new situation caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. So regardless of the geographical, cultural, and institutional differences among women in the three countries, they face similar challenges in their work and somewhat their life. And there are also, as I have just presented, some commonalities in their leadership style, especially the authentic and situational leadership. And these are just preliminary findings because the data are still under analysis and triangulation. So that brings me to the end of my presentation. So this is the references. Thank you so much for your attention. If you have any questions, I'm more than happy to respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lang, with your very informative presentation. And I think that if we talk more time for the talk about the women, maybe very interesting. So far, we have a couple of questions to the two presenters. We start this session a bit late, so I guess that we have about around 10 minutes for the discussion. So I will start with the presentation of Dr. Rodriguez. You have so far one question. So you can see in the QA, but I can read it again. The first is, with employee plan applying teaching, what's the role of the teachers, an instructor, facilitator, controller, or supervisor? Okay, please help the participant clear about it. Dr. Rodriguez, are you ready?
Yes, Dr. Hao. Just a disclaimer, I'm not yet a doctor. I'm still pursuing my PhD. To answer the question of Mr. Truong, I don't know what's the single term that can describe a teacher. And as mentioned, this is used or mostly used by Davenport in his article in liberal arts, wherein teachers are not just professors or professing information, they are the ones facilitating and supervising the students in their writing process, wherein they call it as mentors, as models, and as monitors. It's something like a facilitator the hybrid of a supervisor. So I don't know what's the single term that will describe a teacher about it, but that's the gap I'm trying to fill in because it's not yet explored in the leadership field. That's why I use it here, not just as a linear process, but a cyclic model. I hope I was able to answer your question, Dr. Chowang.
Okay, thank you, Rodriguez. Before moving to the next question to Dr. Lam, may you explain a little bit more about the Hempline plan? Because I know that this plan from the Hempline University in the United States. Why are you interested in this concept and bring it to Philippine University? Can you explain more about it?
Okay, Dr. Hao. As mentioned earlier in my presentation, the design that I chose in writing this paper is autoethnographic because it's based on my 6-year experience as an educator and as an administrator. And as mentioned earlier, this is commonly used in writing, teaching students how to write, professing information about writing. And I am one of those teachers who advocate in contextualizing different ideas from different fields. And as mentioned earlier in my introduction, I am a science teacher, but I am fond of observing different strategies from different fields and apply it in the context that I think will seem fit. And in this case, I use it in the leadership because I am an instructional leader in our institution, and I'm looking for different models that I can use in better managing, better helping or mentoring our teachers in our institution. That's why I use this as leverage to write this paper and help other teachers or instruction leaders that are struggling on helping their teachers in their institutions. Thank you. I hope I was able to answer that, Dr. Hao.
Okay, thank you, Roberto. I think that after your presentation, more people will interested in the Hempline plan with you, right? Okay, we save time for the next question for Dr. Lang. So just one question. So for the topic on women leadership interesting, please tell us which areas of education is suitable to the women role in higher education institution. Dr. Lang?
Dr. Hao, thank you for the question. Can you clarify it a little bit? Because it's hard for me to read on the screen. Yeah.
Okay, I can read it again. The topic on women leadership is interesting. Please tell us which areas of education is suitable to the women's role in higher education institution. Which areas of education is suitable to the women's role?
I think all areas in higher education is suitable for women. Is suitable for their role, because now you can see that research has shown that women have the same capacity as men. Yeah, and in some areas, women may do better than men, and vice versa. So my response is that there's no how can I say areas that women cannot do, but in reality, we can see that women usually excel in education, like primary education primary education or middle or high school education, and they are suitable for being teachers, while males prefer to do the jobs in the engineering field. But you can see that even in the engineering field, in civil engineering, there are also very good women involved in this field. So I think that my answer is that women can excel in all fields if they want to do so. Yeah. So for your question, interesting question.
Thank you, Dr. Lang. I think all the women will be very happy to hear this one. Okay. I'm very sorry that we don't have much time for discussion, so we should save the time for the next session. So on behalf of all the participants, thank you very much, Mr. Rodriguez and Dr. Lang, for two very impressive presentations. And I think all of us looking for your file, your document on the website. Thank you. two of you.
Dr. Hao. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Associate Professor Dr. Lê Văn Hảo, for your moderation, and Mr. Roberto and Dr. Đặng Thị Ngọc Lan for your sharing. Thank you very much for joining us today. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome you on to the international conference. Now we are going to listen to the presentations from our distinguished speakers from the Philippines about one of the sub-themes of the international conference, which is about teaching and learning in the post-pandemic. Now I would like to welcome again Dr. Đặng Thị Ngọc Lan, Director, Language Center and Foundation Year, Vietnamese German University in Vietnam, to be the moderator of this section. And may I also invite the distinguished speakers to join this panel. Dr. Eva Xavier, Research Consultant, Fabius College of People in the Philippines, and Dr. Lilirata, Graduate School Professor, New Era University, Consultant, SEAMEO Regional Training Center for Educational Innovation and Technology, SEAMEO Innotech in the Philippines.
Yeah, thank you so much, Thảo. So now I would like you to join me in welcoming the two presenters. First, I want to take a few minutes to introduce Dr. Xavier. Dr. Xavier is an experienced academician, both as a faculty member and as a school administrator. At AS College, Dean adapts practically on phases of college operations, from student enrollment to accreditation, quality assurance efforts, sorry for my eyes, documentation and preparation for the program offering. She is equipped with sound convictions that gracefully blend leadership and management to keep the team more towards the realization of the learning institution aspiration. Dr. Xavier is also an advocate of the continuing education program towards professional growth and development. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Xavier. Right, Dr. Xavier, you can start your presentation now, and you have 15 minutes to do so.
Okay. So good day. I'll be presenting the paper on Christian faculty perspectives on academic integrity in an online learning environment. While the online learning modality has made education accessible to students and faculty, its mainstream delivery has reportedly increased the challenges to academic integrity. Forms of academic integrity breaches, such as cheating, plagiarism, and forms of academic services, to mention a few, have occupied the interests of quite several scientific investigations. A wide array of research materials took interest in academic integrity from the points of view of students from secular schools and a few in the context of religious institutions of learning. This study turns the perspective of the faculty participants on the same interest in the context of a Christian school. This study, therefore, aimed to describe the perspectives of faculty from a Christian private institution of higher learning. In particular, the study examined the faculty participants' definition of academic integrity, the implications of an online learning modality to academic integrity, and the strategies the participants used to manage academic integrity. The study used the qualitative, descriptive, phenomenological research design to vividly describe the faculty perspectives of academic integrity in an online learning platform. The study was conducted in a Christian college in 2021, which marked its second year of transition to online education modality. 7 faculty members participated in the study. Using Polaichi's 7 steps of phenomenological analysis, the field texts were read and reread. Significant statements reflective of the participants' perspectives were explicated and themes were developed. The findings were presented to the participants in the process of member checking. So here are the findings and discussion. So the definition given by the faculty participants on academic integrity. 1, they said academic integrity is a faculty mandate. Participating faculty in the study believed that academic integrity is incumbent on them as teaching professionals and that it is synonymous with the teaching profession. Then, it is being honest with the teaching mandate that is outlined in the course syllabus. Honesty, the participants emphasized, refers to the performance of all teaching activities with or without anyone checking on them or supervising them. It requires the preparation of the tasks and delivering them within the student's level of understanding. Next, academic integrity, they said, is the institution's moral code. It is described to be the moral code of the institution which delineates the members' interactions and behavior, as well as governs its choices and decisions. It is crucial, therefore, the participants elaborated to integrate academic integrity into the institution's core values. This, the participants noted, seeks to influence their sense of responsibility and engender accountability. Christian academic institutions, which include the locale of this study, hold biblical values as the foundation of all the policies of the institution. Having been integrated into the normative structure of the learning institution, these values form the faculty's commitment to the performance of their functions. Academic integrity, they also defined, is similar to spiritual integrity. The research locale, a Christian higher learning institution, immerses all the school constituents in the biblical principles and values of life, work, and relationships, and expects the translation of all these into a way of life. Considered from this perspective, faculty participants pointed to both the faculty and students' modeling of the spiritual training that they received and thus related this to academic integrity. Others in 2011 defined spirituality as supportive to this view of the faculty participants and stated that Christian spirituality is the lived experience of Christian faith and discipleship on page 5. Second finding, integrity, academic integrity in an online platform. So while acts of dishonesty were considered commonplace among students in traditional classrooms on ground, cases were reported to have increased when online learning has gone mainstream. Christian academic institutions are not spared from the challenges of academic integrity. And these, of course, were those confided by the participants as to the challenges online learning platform posed on an academic integrity. So online class attendance with the student's camera off during online class, his display name may appear for the entire virtual class period, but his actual presence off camera has to be ascertained. Hence, faculty participants expressed reservations about student engagement, student inattention, and distractions, considering the limited teacher supervision because of the digital divide. Another, cheating and examinations. The participants recognized they experienced more difficulty in monitoring student cheating during online exams than when cheating takes place in a traditional classroom. They disclosed they could only refer to the students' eye and head movements as these are the only ones that are immediately noticeable on screen. Another is the authenticity of the student outputs. On academic paper, knowledge of a student academic performance provides the faculty participants with an assessment of the quality of student outputs. Hence, they can tell the students' writing ability, their creativity, and the very essence of their paper outputs. Another is the video recorded student performance, which the student themselves submit to the faculty. The participants confided that the inconsistencies they found in the pre-recorded video material made them believe that some students committed acts of dishonesty in the process of preparing the taped performance. The faculty went on to identify some of these, namely downloading the required piece of music, pretending to play the piano, lip syncing or auto-tuning the piece that was earlier recorded. This is for their music subject. So how did the faculty participants manage academic integrity in an online learning platform? So first, they resort to authenticity of the assessment. So they did simulation as a teaching approach. In simulating real-life context, students are left on their own to perform as taught, guided by faculty instructions through an evaluation tool that delineates how they should perform. Next, they required classroom projects. Students copying one another's work stands a slim chance since the project presentation requires critical thinking and creativity. Thus, were provided an extended time and effort becomes essential. Another is the conduct of time-pressured or time-sensitive written tests. To prevent situations of cheating, time-pressured assessment tests are scheduled. A time-pressured test is bound by a limited amount of time within which the student should complete writing the responses to the test questions. With regard to monitoring online class, what they did first is the question and answer method. So with student cameras off during online class, student class attention is ascertained as faculty participants employ a quick but frequent check through the question and answer evaluation of student participation. And then they gave feedback, so the article-related feedback. The faculty participants explained that they take all the initiative to reach out to their students out of concern for their welfare and to boost their confidence and develop pride and appreciation for the student outputs. Next is the use of the course syllabus as a communication tool for classroom policies. The faculty narrated that as early as the beginning of the school term, they have used their course syllabus in an effort to emphasize academic integrity with their students. And they also have the student accountability program. To establish accountability among students, the intentional student mentoring program, or which they labeled ISMP, is institutionalized rather. So the goal is to check on each student's behavior by making them accountable to the members of the particular group. The participants believed that they could count on the students' integrity because they are molded in the training for Christian spirituality. Hence, left on their own, the students can judge the right things to do and measure up to the standards of Bible ethics and sound convictions. So for the conclusions and recommendations, as the faculty have noted, the importance of promoting academic integrity via the normative structure of the institution, a revisit of the school's core values to emphasize academic integrity is suggested. In addition, faculty course syllabi, student handbooks, as well as student activities may also stipulate policies and programs for the promotion of academic integrity. Moreover, an official document similar to an honor code reviewed in this study may likewise be adopted to bind the students to a commitment to uphold integrity and honesty. Measures may also be taken in consideration of the digital divide that situates both faculty and students. future research may be undertaken to investigate the effect of a camera on or a camera off norm in an online class. While time-pressured written examinations may lessen the chance of student cheating, it will provide a more scientific basis to institutionalize it as an instructional approach. Other variables that relate to time-sensitive tests may then be considered for future studies. These variables may include student performance on time-pressured examinations, student anxiety when taking time-pressured tests, and criteria to consider in constructing time-pressured written tests in an online learning modality. The study revealed the varied pedagogies the faculty have adopted to ascertain the authenticity of the student outputs. It is therefore suggested that the institutional training programs for faculty development consider software applications and appropriate technological approaches to help faculty enhance the delivery of instruction and determine the genuineness and originality of student outputs. So thank you for listening. Again, good day.
Right, thank you so much, Dr. Xavier. You keep the time very well, only about 30 minutes. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions for Dr. Xavier, you can type in the Q&A, and she will answer after the second presenter. Okay, so now I am honored to introduce to you the second presenter of our session, Dr. Lily Beth. I'm sorry if I pronounce your name not correctly. Dr. Lily Beth FT is a consultant at SEAMEO Innotech and professor at the New Era University. She topped the Philippines Board of Examinations for Teachers in 1992, besting 142,333 examinees nationwide. She is an accomplished teacher who has taught learners across academic levels from the Philippines, Southeast Asia, and the USA. She has traveled to 19 countries around the world, familiarizing herself with various educational systems and diverse cultures. She graduated from the University of the Philippines in 2000 with a Doctor of Philosophy in Education degree, and from New Era University with a Master in Education in 1996. And a bachelor's degree in psychology in 1983. Now, please join me in welcoming Dr. Lilibeth Ta. Yeah, Dr. Ta, please, you can start your presentation now.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ngok, for the introduction. And now I'm going to share my screen. Let me just move this a bit. It's an honor to be here in this conference, and I'm so happy to see some familiar faces. And while I'm trying to find the presenter view on my laptop, can't seem to find it. Okay. Oh, all right. Okay, I'm going to start sharing my screen and do the presenter view. All right. So thank you so much for having me in this conference. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here. And my team and I did a research which we titled A Quantitative Content Analysis of Post-COVID-19 Higher Education Trends. So thank you so much for attending this session. And I'm going to the next slide. At this point, I would like to recognize and thank those who helped me along the way as I worked on this research endeavor. Dr. Rosas of New Era University, our president, Dr. Robbie Macalde, SEAMEO Inotech, and the members of my research team from New Era University, Dr. Sunday Sibul, Dr. Joseph Asuncion, Mr. Bernard Mosca, of course, SEAMEO RETRAC. I have some friends here like Ms. Fung, Dr. Fung, and of course, special thanks to Ms. Yun Ngok Dao, who, wow, had been working even at night so that this will go well. The BCCI and Capillano University, I would like to thank my mom, who had been very supportive of me and my family, and of course, to the Lord God for making this moment possible. So, why trends? I think that would be a valid question to have in mind. It's important that we know the trends because it can inform us, teachers, as education leaders and managers on what lies ahead and how they could adapt to changing needs and possibilities. The need to actively engage in future trends is even more relevant at this time that we are facing uncertainties due to the still ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. But of course, we've heard several times that looks like we will finally be stepping out of it, and we just look forward to that. And of course, we have in mind the school leaders, education leaders, and managers who need a lot of support, who need to make sense of what could be coming once the dust settles. But school leaders and managers are busy people, right? We know that. They have time-consuming administrative and managerial workload. This study is therefore a response to their need to know possible directions in higher education in the post-COVID-19 pandemic scenario. And I believe my team and I will be doing this annually to support our education leaders, managers, and teachers as well. So the research questions that we raised are, what are the prevailing global trends in post-COVID-19 pandemic higher education as forecasted by educators and researchers? And what recommendations do the education forecasters offer that constitute a trend in view of the post-COVID-19 pandemic scenario? So my team and I use the content analysis research method to examine, analyze, and quantify concepts and themes from appropriate web sources focusing on trends and recommendations in higher education after the COVID-19 pandemic. Of course, we set criteria for using website articles like the author's credential and institutional affiliation, the purpose of the research, which had to be for conducting in-depth research, scope of study had to present a forecast. And it should be about COVID-19 pandemic. It should be about global education. And it should not focus on specific areas like international students, K-12 and mathematics alone. It has to be general in nature. And the publication years considered were from 2020 to 2022 to ensure that the articles were the most current and up to date. So using that criteria, we were able to identify 7 articles from more than 520 Google Scholar and Google search results. So 7 of the authors, 100% of them were educators, and 4 of the sources came from Google Scholar, 2 from the education domain, and 1 from the organization domain. The data collection techniques used by the authors and the researchers were interview, document reviews, that is, and multiple techniques. The units and categories of analysis that we used were phrases and sentences. And the major categories were whether the phrases and sentences would refer to trends or recommendations. And then we had 7 subcategories or themes where the trends or recommendations would fall under. In coding the articles, we coded the concepts for existence. That means that we counted the concept only if it is if it existed at least once in the article, and no matter how many times it appeared. So if it appears like 10 times in the article, we would count it as one if it falls under one of the themes of the trends or recommendations. So we coded or organized the articles by hand because there are only 7 articles. The category definitions served as the rules for what would and would not be included to ensure consistency in the coding. In this study, a trend exists if it is 50% or more of the articles analyzed. So the themes were post-COVID-19 trends, recommendations, the categories, the major categories, and then the themes were student-centered, ICT-driven teaching, learning modalities, institutional survival and sustainability, sustainable development and resilience, investments in ICT, student and staff competency development, partnerships, and physical infrastructure. We arrived at these themes after reading the 7 articles several times and getting the themes that emerge from the trends and recommendations posted by the authors. For intercoder reliability, there were 3 coders, there were 3 of us, and each of us reviewed all the articles independently. Then we met twice to discuss the coding results, and we computed the inter-rater reliability using Cohen's kappa, and we got a K of 0.653, which meant a substantial agreement. Now for the research results, 3 themes were existent in more than 50% of the articles analyzed. They made it to the trend category as defined in this study. So these themes were, number 1, student-centered ICT-driven teaching learning modalities, 100%, institutional survival and sustainability, 86%, sustainable development and resilience, 57%. The rest, like student and staff competency development, investments, partnerships, physical infrastructure, did not reach the 50% mark. So we didn't consider them trends as far as this research is concerned. Now let's look at the top 3 trends individually so that we will be more aware of what these trends mean to the educators who did the papers, who did the research. So under student-centered ICT-driven teaching learning modalities, these were the concepts, the phrases, the sentences that existed in the articles and that described this theme. New normal, working from home and Zoom meetings. New norm, blended learning. And of course, we're using the exact words of the authors of the articles. Technology is a must. Online learning, cloud platforms, digital LMS or learning management system, mobile learning, social networking applications, massive open online course, MOOC, stackable segments of learning, alternative pathways, certificate and digital pathway programs, open educational resources and open educational practices, no more large face-to-face lectures, flexible, adaptive learning environments, students as partners or co-creators of their own learning, and freer timetable, and students will have more choice. I believe that this future trend is significant to us teachers. Of course, it's very significant to school leaders as well. Online and blended learning does not mean holding our classes on Zoom or other platforms, but delivering teacher-centered classes. The post-pandemic trend is about giving students opportunities to customize their own learning paths and to assess their progress and more. In terms of the second trend, institutional survival and sustainability, which of course makes a lot of sense because as we heard the keynote speaker, well, this is really something that institutions have to be thinking about. So the concepts, sentences, phrases that would fall under this theme are financial sustainability, significant financial pressure to higher education institutions. Universities that offer high-quality online programs will successfully compete against their less effective counterparts. Rapid downsizing of the scale of operations for universities that are highly independent on the tuition of foreign students. A decline in revenue in the form of students' fees and donor-funded research. Higher education that will return to traditional methods is improbable to survive. Transformation towards the entrepreneurial university, academic program reviews. And for the third trend that we found, sustainable development and resilience, the recurring concepts, phrases, and sentences are new normal as being one of almost constant scenario planning and strategizing and planning for worst case scenarios, tighter governmental regulation and self-imposed risk management and risk exposure assessments. The Green University, the need for travel will reduce, less use of printing materials and more online resources having a positive impact on the environment, and the concept of the Green University could be accelerated. Very timely, right? With the prices of gasoline and so on.
Dr. Tan, 2 minutes.
And then for the distribution, for the recommendations, 6 of the 7 articles analyzed provided recommendations for education leaders and governments. Recommendations were coded based on the 7 themes. However, they did not reach the 50% mark required to be a recommendation trend. The highest percentage was 43 for the themes student and staff competency development and institutional survival and sustainability. So I would just like to quickly move on to the recommendations in case others catch on it and make sense of it, like empower both faculty and students to harness the promise of technology to facilitate learning and skills development, empower human resources and on technology adoption, provide structured online pedagogy programs to empower students to productively use technology for learning. Periodic strategic audits to delete non-value adding activities, processes, and programs. More attention should be paid to scenario planning, develop more holistic plans to enable lasting, transformative changes, and government should consider offering a stimulus package to higher education institutions to develop their capacity for an ICT-supported operational government. So I'll skip the conclusions because it is pretty obvious that these are the 3 trends in post-COVID-19 pandemic higher education. But here are some recommendations from me and my team based on the results of the research. Higher education leaders and managers should leverage education forecasts like this toward identifying risks, opportunities, and courses of action. Higher education leaders need to start their institutional strategic planning and include the top future trends as priorities. The 4 that we mentioned here. The 3, teachers should continue learning and growing in their general content and technological pedagogical knowledge to remain relevant and the best they can be. And given the importance of post-COVID-19 trends to K-12 education, other researchers may consider conducting a similar content analysis research for K-12. And these are the articles that we analyzed. Thank you so much for your time. It was lovely seeing you all.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Tar. Now I've got several questions for Dr. Xavier, and I will raise a question to Dr. Tar. So thank you so much for the 2 very interesting and helpful information, especially which is the studies are very helpful for teachers and students during the COVID time. Like one of you proposed the use of technology for learning during the COVID time, and the first presenter talked about the integrity, academic integrity, and cheating or fraud when using technology in our learning. So two studies, in fact, complement each other. So there are several questions for Dr. Xavier, but I think that in your presentations, you have partially answered some of them. So I choose just one question for you. Like one participant commented that turning on cameras and time-bound assessment may not be really absolute way to eliminate cheating among students. They can always find way to commit fraud. Right. And the question is, how did you assess the effectiveness of your online classes? Dr. Xavier, please.
Okay, thank you for the questions. I think some of the questions, as mentioned, have been answered through the presentation. So anyway, for cheating of students, particularly during examinations, may not be at all completely eliminated. That's why the recommendations would always say that there be an honor code, and of course the adoption of software applications similar to those being used in other schools in other countries also. Now, with regard to the effectiveness of the online classes, there are, of course, several ways. The ones we use in school is the Google Meet, where we submit all student activities and assessment of the same, including, of course, the articulated feedback on the classroom. So, of course, attendance check is there also. I personally required on camera, unless, of course, there is connectivity issue. And I think there are some policies also laid down by the schools, as to monitor class attendance and monitor, of course, learning and teaching also by both students and the faculty members.
Yeah, thank you so much for your response. Yeah, if those who raised this question have follow-up questions, you can meet Dr. Xavier later and discuss more about this. And so now there is one comment and also questions, and I would like to invite Dr. Ta to respond. The comment is that the two papers from Dr. Ta and Dr. Xavier are actually very related. Yeah, as I mentioned, how to make sure academic integrity is ensured during online classes. Right. So Dr. Ta, please. Can you answer the question?
Definitely. I fully agree with, let me look at the chat box. I fully agreed with I fully agree with what, let me see, the name of, I cannot go back to it anywhere, but I fully agree with that feedback because they're really closely related with what Dr. Francisco said, because part of the freedom that the students want to experience and need to have post-pandemic is the responsibility and the accountability. So they cannot just have the freedom to pick their paths, the way to learn their topics and different things, but they also need to take responsibility, and that would include integrity. That would include the ability to finish what they have started, and that would include a lot of the responsibility that comes with becoming independent, matured, and trusted.
Yeah. So because we don't have any time left, thank you so much, Dr. Xavier and Dr. Ta, for your very informative and interesting presentations. I hope that will help the teachers and the participants following your presentation, listening to your presentations. So that brings us to the end of our session. Thank you, the presenters, and thank you so much, the participants, for your attention. Wishing you a nice lunch.
Thank you, Dr. Nok, and
Thank you very
everyone.
much,
Bye-bye.
Dr. Lang, for spending your time with us today, and our respectful speakers, Dr. Eva Xavier and Dr. Lilibet Ta, for your informative presentations. Again, thank you very much, our distinguished speakers, moderators, and participants for your active participation in our conference. It's time for lunch break, and then we'll get back to our conference at 1:30 Vietnam time in this afternoon. And we received the questions regarding the presentations of our speakers. You can rewatch the speakers' presentations on our SEAMEO RETRAC YouTube channel. The organizing team will also send you the link of conference program so that you can visit the website to see the conference program, the PowerPoint presentations, as well as the full papers of our keynote speakers and speakers will be available after tomorrow morning. Please bookmark our website so that you can visit. For this afternoon section, as we use only one Zoom joining link for the whole conference, you just need to click into the link that we used this morning to access the conference directly. Thank you very much. Again, wish you have a nice lunch, and our conference will recommence at 1:30 p.m. in Vietnam.
Thank you, Thảo. À mẹ, không thấy đường con khỉ phôi gì chứ. Quá tệ.
Ủa đi qua đây hả? Mới ghé qua bên em thấy đóng cửa. Chị tính nói với Dương là hôm qua anh Việt ảnh không có ở đây.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr.
Hi.
John.
Good afternoon, Dr. Lam.
It's,
Nice to see you.
it's nice to see you here. It's my great honor and pleasure to be the moderator for you, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Happy to see you.
Yes. So our session will be started in 5 minutes.
Right. Yeah. We have Dr. Ngo.
Yeah. Chào cô Ngọc luôn.
She's the co-author.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Jenny.
Dr. Ngọc is also very famous in Vietnam, especially in the south area of Vietnam.
Right.
Vietnam.
Right. So we have 300 over participants.
Yes.
Hi, good afternoon, Tao.
Good afternoon, I'm Professor Hao.
Good afternoon.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Dr. Hao.
And Lam.
Good afternoon.
Dạ, kính chào thầy.
Oh, we have many from the Philippines. They have been waiting.
Good afternoon, Dr. Thư.
Good afternoon, Dr. Lam.
Welcome you back to the second keynote section of the International Conference on Innovative Leadership and Management in Higher Education, Global Trends and Practices in the Post-COVID-19 Pandemic. The conference is co-organized by the Southeast Asian Ministers of Education Organization, Regional Training Center in Vietnam, SEAMEO RETRAC, and British Columbia Council for International Education, BCCIE in Canada, under the co-sponsor of Capilano University in Canada from July the 7th to July 8th, 2022. The conference is now conducted on the Zoom platform and concurrently streamed on SEAMEO RETRAC's YouTube channel. Right now, we are welcoming more than 300 participants joining us on the Zoom webinar, and the viewers on YouTube are increasing. I won't make you wait for so long. Let's come to the keynote speech section right away. Now, I would like to invite Associate Professor Dr. Nguyễn Thành Lâm, Vice Rector from Lạc Hồng University in Vietnam, to be the moderator of this section. It is also my great pleasure to introduce to you Mr. Johnson Ong Chi Bint, Founder, Principal Consultant, Education Quality International, EQI in Singapore. He's going to share with us the speech and Thai, the ecosystem of curriculum redesign in higher education institutions. This presentation is co-authored by Dr. Nguyễn Thị Mỹ Ngọc, Deputy Director of the Center for Educational Testing and Quality Assessment, Vietnam National University, Ho Chi Minh City in Vietnam. And during Mr. Johnson's presentation, if you have any questions for our speaker, please type your question in the Q&A box. Thank you very much. And now, may I invite Associate Professor Dr. Nguyễn Thành Lâm to start the section.
Thank you, Ms. Thảo, and good afternoon from Vietnam. I'm happy to be the moderator of this session, and we would like to welcome Mr. Johnson Ong Chi Bint and Dr. Nguyễn Thị Mỹ Ngọc for an interesting presentation entitled Ecosystem for Curriculum Redesign in Higher Education Institutions. Brief information about Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson is the founder and principal consultant of Education Quality International. He's an AUN QA expert, AUN QA Green Jacket assessor, and was the founding member of AUN Council and on the technical team. He is actively involved in the AUN QA assessment and training of chief quality officers, assessors, and QA professionals at the AUN QA Framework Network. He is instrumental in the development, training, and documentation of AUN QA Framework and guidelines at both program and international institutional levels. He was also appointed as an QA expert in the ASEAN QA project, phase 1 and 2, and the East African Quality Assurance Forum organized by HRK and GAAD in 2012. He's currently the member of the QA expert group in the EU Share project. And he has been providing QA training and consulting and assessment to many universities in Cambodia, Indonesia, Laos, PDR, Malaysia, Myanmar, Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam. He has trained more than 2,000 QA practitioners, professionals, and assessors since 2008. He has been invited to deliver keynote speeches in national, regional, international conferences, including Asian Young Quality Officers Forum, BAN-PT Annual Meeting, Asian Network for Quality Congress, EU Share QA Workshop, and AUN QA International Conferences. And we also welcome his co-author, Dr. Nguyễn Thị Mỹ Ngọc, who is the Deputy Director of the Center of Educational Testing and Quality Assessment, Vietnam National University, Ho Chi Minh City. Mr. Johnson and Dr. Ngọc, the floor is yours. Please.
Thank you, Dr. Lam, for giving us an elaborated introduction. And it's my pleasure to be here today with every one of you. And this is our second time in participating in the SEAMEO RETRAC International Conference. So let me share my screen. Right. A very good afternoon again, and I'll be presenting on behalf of Dr. Ngo on the ecosystem of curriculum redesign for higher education institution. Our presentation will cover the following areas. What is an ecosystem? I think it's important for us to have a clear definition of what ecosystem is and how ecosystem can be applied in the higher education. Why higher education requires to have the ecosystem perspective. And I think it's important for us to answer the reasons why. And lastly, we will cover the ecosystem of curriculum redesign. Let's look at what is an ecosystem. Well, we can define in general an ecosystem as a set of living as well as non-living things related to each other at a particular time in a specific space. According to Yuri Bromfambrina, the ecological system help us in terms of seeing the nested connection of different parts of the ecosystem, whether at the micro level, at the meso level, at the exo level, or even at the macro level. What is important in the ecosystem is the dynamism of the various components in the ecosystem against the time in the chrono system. Putting this together, we can actually see the higher education ecosystem as a network of interdependent organizations and people with a very specific purpose. The higher education ecosystem is both dynamic as well as intricately related. A change in one part of the ecosystem obviously would affect the other parts of the ecosystem. It is important from an ecosystem perspective that educations need to be aligned with the ecosystem components in order to achieve the purpose of education. Looking from a university perspective, we can see that the ecosystem make up of a community of personnel, in particularly the professors, the researcher, the student, as well as the community and the society. We can see that this community of personnel interact among themselves, providing a flow of knowledge that cut across boundary within as well as outside the institution. What is important in the ecosystem is the discovery, especially in terms of new knowledge, and the invention of new technology. This helps in terms of achieving the value chain of the university ecosystem. If we were to look at innovation perspective, we can see that university could not survive on its own. There is need for collaboration and partnership across the different industry. You can see the connection of the universities with the investor network, because for innovation, you need venture capitalists to fund, to test your product and services. You need to have people who are willing to take risks to come up with startup firms who would like to commercialize your product. You need to have a skill, talents around the university. And these are necessary for university to be innovative. So it is important for us to look at the university from an ecosystem perspective. From this perspective, we can see that education is a small part of the entire ecosystem. We can see that the responsibility in an ecosystem could actually make up not only the institutional leadership, but also the stakeholders who are part of the ecosystem. We expect to have a shared responsibilities among the stakeholders, not just the institution alone. The valuing of the product and services are basically focusing on outcomes and as well as processes. It's not only about achieving academic achievement, but also in terms of holistic student development and well-being. We expect curriculum design to be non-linear because there's a need in how fast that the institution could quickly redesign their curriculum and make its offering to the community and the markets. Accountability will be more on focusing on system improvement. We expect student assessment to be varied with different kinds of methods and purposes. There will be greater participation and empower of students as well as teachers in the ecosystem of the new normal. So why do we need to have this ecosystem perspective? McKinsey has made a study in terms of future-ready companies, and they found 9 organizational imperatives for organization to be future-ready and be successful. We can see that the ecosystem perspective is one of the areas or imperative the institution can grow. And it's important that education institutions take this into consideration if they want to be future ready. Looking at the top performing company of future ready companies, we can see that ecosystems constitute more than 80% of the bold move for organization in order to be future ready. So we can see the importance of this ecosystem perspective of the university. Now, this was another mapping of the ecosystem perspective from different industries. We can see that education have only 0.6%. This tells us that there are great potential for education to move into the ecosystem perspective as well as implementation. Another reason for us to look at the ecosystem perspective is what the world that we face today, what we call the VUCA world. The world today is volatile, it's complex, it's uncertain, and also ambiguous. How could education institution and leadership respond to the VUCA world? The VUCA world is going to give rise to many wicked problems. And we know that there is no one discipline that can solve a wicked problems today. The VUCA world is going to complicate the ecosystem and the society and community that we face. What are the expected impact of the VUCA world on higher education? In volatility, we would anticipate a shorter life cycle of knowledge, skills, and attitude. There was a saying that half of what you learn could be obsolete by the time the student graduates. We expect disruption in education and pedagogy, as well as the displacements of accreditations and processes. We can see how quickly institutions and agencies move into digital. In terms of uncertainty, we anticipate new technologies new skill, new startup and businesses, and new normal could become common. There will be a need for us to look at the rise of the ecosystem intelligence, for us to collect information that could impact the institution. In the areas of complexity, we see a fusion world, a world of both physical and digital, a growing complexity of network of interconnectedness, as well as the changes in demographic, cultural diversity, and inclusiveness. Lastly, in terms of ambiguity, we see blurred boundaries between disciplines, the rise of the duplicate problems, and the rise of design education and design thinking. And very likely, all these factors will impact on the design of the curriculum. It is important for us to look at the ecosystem so as to find alignment in terms of the service offering by the university, whether it is education, research, or service. There's a need for us to look from the outside-in approach rather than just the inside-out approach. In the design of quality assurance for curriculum, there's a need for both quality for purpose as well as quality of purpose. The ecosystems basically make up of both internal and external factors. In the internal factors, those are factors that fall within the institution, which we have absolute control. The factors that are outside the institutions are called external contextual factors. And very often, institutions have little or even no control at all. These are some examples of the internal contextual factors. It could be the vision, mission, and culture, educational philosophy of the university, the organization strength, strategies and goals, the quality of staff, your research capability, your social responsibility, and so on. The external contextual factors could include global industrial and economic trend and needs, higher education trend, national education policies, stakeholders' needs, pastel factors, and other factors that could affect curriculum redesign. It is important how institutions going to find alignment between the internal contextual factors and the external contextual factors. According to OECD paper 2020, curriculum redesign in the ecosystem could fall on these four basic principles. One is to design within a discipline. It is important for the curriculum to be focused on depth as well as the quality of student learning. It's also important for the curriculum to be rigorous in terms of facilitating and encouraging deep thinking and reflections. Curriculum need to be coherent in the way that the sequence and structure of topic reflect the logic of academic disciplines. Second, the principles across disciplines. It is important that the curriculum be transferable. The student understand fundamental concepts or ideas that underpin a particular discipline and how this can be applied across different disciplines. It's also important to look at interdisciplinary approach in the way how students can see the interconnectedness and interrelatedness to discover topics and concepts that link and connect to each other. The design principle across discipline should also offer wide range of choices for students. Third, the design principle beyond school. It is important that the curriculum be authentic in relating to the real world. It has to be flexible in a way that could allow easy updating and alignment of the curriculum to social changes. The alignments or constructive alignments of the curriculum to pedagogy and assessment, development, and trend. Lastly, the design principle should focus on the processes in terms of engaging faculty members, students, and teachers, so that they can co-create the curriculum of the future. Now, the constructive alignment that was raised need to change or evolve in an ecosystem perspective. We can see that the redesign of curriculum need to be aligned with the institution as well as with the ecosystem. And it has to be both horizontally and vertically aligned. One example is the outcome-based education, designing from an outside-in approach. We can see that in the design of this outcome-based curriculum, we basically look at the contextual factors from the outside in. It is from this outside-in approach that we look in alignment with the university context, the formulation of graduate outcomes and impact, and then the curriculum redesign, teaching and learning, learning environment, resources, assessment, and evaluation, as well as the focus of both staff and student quality. Lastly, I will just briefly cover what EQI could do in providing quality education, quality life. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your great presentation, Mr. Johnson. And this presentation raised the key challenges of the VUCA world and their impacts on higher education, and how the higher education institutions can ride above the wave of disruption by redesigning their curricula. So it is really important to recognize the ecosystem imperative in the development of the higher education in a new normal. And it's time to welcome discussions and questions from the audiences. Do you have any questions? Please raise in the chat box. So, Mr. Johnson, we have one question. What is the possible approach for this ecosystem of curriculum redesign to be able to cope up with the issue? The issue there is an eco-friendly environment must be strictly implemented among schools who are the implementers of this curriculum. So the problem is the lifestyle and culture of stakeholders. So the question is, what is the possible approach for this ecosystem of curriculum redesign to be able to cope up with the issue?
Right. Thank you for that question. Yeah. I think the responsibility of the university need to be shared together with the stakeholders. I think what we could see is that there will be a co-creation of curriculum rather than the creation of curriculum by the university alone. I think it is important for us to gather the ecosystem intelligence and inputs, not only from the faculty members, but also from the employers, professional bodies, the industry, as well as the general members of the community. I think they can provide a very real environment factors for the graduates to work and what they would see in the future. Most of the curriculum in the university take about 4 years for a student to be educated in the study programs. In other words, we are educating for the future. The curriculum that you develop today need to be at least 4 years ahead, so that by the time that the student graduates, they could be able to be in the same real world as what they will be in 4 to 5 years' time. So I think it's important that we need to have this perspective of the future in co-creating the curriculum. And I think this could only be done if the stakeholders are being engaged and deeply involved in the co-creation of the curriculum. So I think the collaborative approach could become a norm, could become a new normal in the ecosystem environment. And I think the university have that resources and could tap into synergy, not just about the employer and the industry, but also the partnering university in the areas of collaboration, both in education as well as in research. So I think this will be the way forward in trying to address the VUCA and to see how curriculum can become relevant in the future. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Johnson. And we'll also have other 2 questions from Dr. Eldrick Leaker. Can this eco-friendly environment curriculum may become in any way part of peace education curriculum? There is her question.
Again, sorry.
Yes, can this eco-friendly environment curriculum may become in any way part of peace education curriculum?
I think in the redesign of curriculum, there are many contextual factors that need to be considered. For example, the United Nations Sustainable Goal need to be considered in the redesign of the curriculum, in protecting the earth, in ensuring equity of gender, as well as access in terms of education for all. I think there are many contextual factors that are very important in the redesign of the curriculum. The inclusiveness of education is an important consideration, that education is not only for the people who are rich or in the elite or in the high in the society, but education is a vehicle in terms of social mobility, in terms of peace. And I think it's important for university to embrace that the student admission programs should also consider gender equality and inclusiveness. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Johnson. And another question from Professor Hao. May you have your opinions on whether government should be a part of the higher education ecosystem?
I think the governments have a very important role to play in the ecosystem. They are the key players, especially in setting policies and direction in the way that how education are being managed in most countries. I think what is important for the government is to look at the way that how they can actually collaborate with university, is to empower them, to give them some degree of autonomy, especially in the redesign and co-creation of curriculum. The stringent compliance to certain requirements and standards should be relooked and re-examine in order for university to have the autonomy to design and co-create the curriculum for the future. So I think government should not be too restrictive in the way that how university can design study programs and curriculum. They should offer greater autonomy for university to grow and to innovate. Ultimately, university is one of the organizations that have the most numbers of PhD. No other organization in the world have more PhD than university. So we can see that there is a lot of talents in the university. And I think the government should liberalize and make use of that talent and help them in raising the quality of education, especially higher education. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for your sharing, Mr. Johnson. Because of the time limit, we don't have much time for other questions. Anyway, please send your concerning questions to the organization, SEAMEO RETRAC, so that we will contact with Mr. Johnson to have further response to your concerns. And thank you very much for your nice presentation, Mr. Johnson and Dr. Ngọc.
Thank you, Dr. Lam.
Yes, thank you very much for all of your active participation with the more than 360 participants now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Lam. Thank you, Johnson.
Yes, thank you.
Dr. Ngọc.
Ms. Thảo, I'd like to hand over the webinar. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Associate Professor Dr. Nguyễn Thành Lâm, for your moderation, as well as Mr. Johnson Omchibin for your insightful presentation. We have learned a lot from your experience as well as your expertise. Now, we'll move to the third plenary section regarding the sub-theme, curriculum and research development. Ladies and gentlemen, now to start our session, regarding this sub-theme, it is my great pleasure to welcome again Mr. Johnson Omchibin, Founder Principal Consultant, Education Quality International EQI in Singapore, to be the moderator of this session. And please allow me to introduce to you the following distinguished speakers who will join this section. First, Dr. SEAMEO Santiago, researcher, Department of Education from the Philippines. Second, Dr. Angelica Okotek, Dean, College of Education, Nueva Ecija, University of Science and Technology in the Philippines. And last but not least, we would like to welcome Dr. Gary Gigo, Professor and Program Chair, Sorsogon State College in the Philippines. During their presentations, if you have any questions for our speakers, please type your questions in the Q&A box. Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Johnson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Thảo, and a very good afternoon. Welcome to this plenary session 3 on the sub-theme of curriculum and research development. Today, we have the privilege of 3 esteemed researchers from the Philippines who are going to discuss and share with us about their research in the areas of curriculums and research developments. First, let me introduce the first speaker. She is Dr. SEAMEO Santiago. She will be covering on the presentation, researcher perspective in conducting action research. Let me briefly read the bio of Dr. SEAMEO Santiago. She is the master teacher in the public school in the Philippines. She is also a school researcher, an innovation-focused person. She is an associate professor at Our Lady of Fatima University, as also an instructor She is basically a research enthusiast, a wife, a mother of two, and a cancer survivor. So let us welcome Dr. SEAMEO Santiago.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much, Dr. Johnson Ong Chipin, for such a great introduction. So let me now share my screen. But before I do, let me just give my thanks to SEAMEO RETRAC for the opportunity to speak and present in this international conference, and one of the great academic engagements that I have been to. So thank you so much. So let me share you my screen to everyone. I'm very sorry, I'm having difficulty in sharing my screen with you.
Excuse me, Dr. SEAMEO Santiago, because we have the video recording of our presentation. So may I allow to share this from our end so that you can ensure about the internet connection from your side?
That would be fine. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you
so much.
Ms. Tao. Yeah. All right, we will have 15 minutes for each of the presenter. And we will have the Q&A at the end after the third speaker.
Good day, everyone. This is SEAMEO Santiago, and the title of my research is Researchers' Perspectives in Conducting Action Research. For the introduction, the educational landscape in the Philippines has been evolving due to several considerations, such as globalization, ASEAN integration, and inclusions of ICT in the teaching and learning activities. The Philippine Department of Education supports the importance of doing action research. Thus, doing action research is significant to the educative process. As a research coordinator, a dwindling number of completed action research within the locale is observed, which prompted to explore the researchers' perspectives. The research questions are, what is your perspective of an action research? How do you describe your experiences as you undertake action research? What are the benefits in conducting action research? And what challenges did you encounter in conducting action research? For the methodology, the study employed the qualitative method of research to explore the perspectives of researchers in engaging in research. Specifically, the study used the phenomenological approach to explore the research engagements of the researchers. The convenience and purposive sampling techniques were used to select participants of the study. There were 9 participants who volunteered to join the online interview via Zoom since the present study is done during the pandemic. The interview was open-ended, focusing on the probing questions that seized the research engagement experiences of the participants of the study. Significant statements reflective to participants' experiences were identified, extracted, and categorized. Polaichi's 7 steps of phenomenological analysis were used to gather in-depth information from the participants. The results and discussions. Researchers' perspectives and experiences. The themes that emerged during the data analysis were identified using the acronym SOPHIA. For S, its skills in getting reliable sources and data are important. Gathering research materials and sources requires rigorous time. It involves skills in evaluating and assessing available information. As a matter of fact, one of the participants disclosed that gathering resources, it is easier because we are always facing the computer, but you really have to rely on your own effort and your own skill in gathering them. What do you call this gathering? The reliable sources that you can get from the internet. While the participants of the study found facility in data collection, the study of Morales et al. In 2016, however, reported that data gathering, those that were valid and accurate, was viewed by the researcher respondents to be problem, one that entailed difficulty. Data collection was also found to be challenging by the teacher researchers in a study conducted by ULA in 2018. The second theme is obstruct the scheduled time frame due to suspensions of classes and other related activities. The planned activities for a particular time were hampered and suspended as well. The participants diverted from their planned activities due to suspension of classes and other related school activities. And these are some of the answers of the participants. Another participant explained his experience of an interrupted schedule for data collection from the students because of pandemic, which resulted to unfinished research. An article released by UNICEF, United Nations Children's Fund, in 2020, authored by Capa and De Castro, explained that during the coronavirus pandemic, many of the constraints to producing inclusive data have tightened due to the competing urgency of multiple public health threats that require monitoring, as well general disruptions to data collection protocols. Ongoing monitoring efforts, including surveys and censuses, have been severely affected. Furthermore, the collection of data protocols has largely been replaced by those conducted over the telephone or internet. These lived experiences of the participants revealed the situations that hindered the systematic flow in conducting action research. The third one, finding solutions to the problem inside the classroom and giving remediations and interventions to the learners. In the present study, participants construed that doing action research helped them find solutions to the problems inside the classroom and give appropriate and tailored fit remediations and interventions. These supported the study of Morales et al. In 2016, which highlighted that one of the potentials of action research is its utilization as a tool serving as basis for solutions and interventions to classroom concerns on pedagogy, achievement, and behavior. Tindowen, Guzman, Macanang in 2019 posited that action research is a process of systematic, reflective inquiry to improve educational practices or resolve problems in any operating unit and office. Tindowen et al. In 2019 surmised that this means that teachers view action research as an important tool in the successful delivery of instruction in the classroom that will lead to positive learning outcomes. Additionally, participant 7 reported that doing action research means to be able to unlock new knowledge, especially if it's about teaching strategies or interventions that can be used. We also need to know the problem first before we can give solution. Number 4, improve teaching strategies and approaches. Morales et al. In 2016 emphasized that self-evaluation and reflection are underlined in the conduct of action research, which improves teachers' reflective practice in the classroom. The result likewise bears similar results from the past studies, and this was elaborated during the interview with the participants. Tarayo, Hernandez, and Claustro in 2021 explicated that teachers' involvement in research refine their own voices, questioning and reflecting on their practice. Therefore, when teacher conducts action research, it gives them the opportunity to learn and improve their craft. The result is also consistent with the study of Morales in 2016, who emphasized that through action research, teachers can discover new strategies and different methods that will help them in their teaching. The fifth one, additional paperwork and stress to the teachers. Teachers' perception on action research corroborates with Tarayo et al. In 2021, who noted that doing research is additional workload to teachers and the nature of the work being too complex and demanding causes stress as well. Moreover, Tindowen in 2019 stressed that the action research proceeding in a spiral steps, and each of which is composed of planning, action, and the evaluation of the results of action. Lewin in 1946. The rigors that go with action, with research rather, undertaking is coupled with the additional paperworks that teacher need to fulfill and accomplish. Master teachers are required to conduct at least one action research in every school year as part of his duties and responsibilities based on Depet Order Number 2, Series 2015. This explains that doing research gives stress and additional paperwork to teachers. When it comes to benefits in conducting action research, according to Terayo et al., professional benefits may refer to rewards or merits that they received in doing research related to their teaching profession. This corroborates the study of Ula in 2018, who reported that doing research is a way of promotion in the job and results to increase in salary. Furthermore, one participant explained that professionally speaking, it would benefit you to become a better teacher to discover new things that would improve your teaching and learning process. Also help the students because you would find the weakness or the problems that really need the immediate attention. Consequently, this career growth gave opportunities to teachers in different facets of teaching. The challenges in conducting action research. Insufficiency of time and unavailability of respondents are the themes that emerge from the present study. Most of the participants stressed that the major challenge is in conducting an action research is their insufficiency of time. The study of Tindowen in 2019 reported that insufficiency of time is one of the challenges that teachers face in doing action research. The participants experienced difficulty in allotting time to conduct action research because of the different tasks that they need to do within their waking hours. It is noticed that teachers are also attending to the needs of their children as part of their obligation as a parent. Lack of time is the most prominent challenge that surfaced when participants' responses. Thus, it explicated that job assignment and other responsibilities of teacher caused this limitation and similar difficulties as may be found in the study of Terayo in 2021, Ula in 2018, and Morales in 2016. Moreover, the pandemic also hit the research fieldwork by hampering the availability of the respondents. One of the participants explained that it's difficult reaching out to respondents since it requires a level of access to technology. Getting access requires strong internet connection to carry out making research. It's really difficult compared to face-to-face. Respondents' participation in every study plays a crucial role because they provide data through interview or survey question, which will be analyzed and interpreted. For the conclusions and recommendations, it can be gleaned from the study that teachers are empowered when they do action research. Hence, it adds to their decision-making skills to apply teaching strategies and approaches as a result of their systematic process. Skills in getting reliable sources and data are important to researchers to strengthen the foundation of their topic. In addition, addressing the problems and finding solutions to those are essentials in giving tailored fit remediation and intervention to learners, which is significant in doing action research. Support and acknowledgement in doing research-related activities from the institution is paramount to them. Acknowledging their efforts in the process of conducting action research is also important. The findings also revealed that suspension of classes hampered the systematic flow of the process, which postponed the data collection and other important related activities. Researchers need to make contingency plan to or adjust time frame to minimize the delay provided in the calendar of activities. Although the participants are willing to conduct action research, sometimes the workload and other paperwork do not permit it. Furthermore, working hours devoted in teaching and other domestic chores require time to accomplish. time management, and tolerable demand of workload is actualized to perform another task and researching. The result also unveiled the challenge or difficulty in collecting data from the respondents, especially in the time of pandemic, that prompted them to gather it via internet or over the phone. The study provided a thorough description of the lived experiences of the participants in engaging action research. Consequently, future researchers may consider other study sites in undertaking a similar investigation. I also provided references that were used in the conduct of the study, as well as the appendix. And that would be all. Thank you for listening. Have a nice day, everyone.
Thank you very much, Dr. SEAMEO Santiago, for giving us an elaborate presentation on action research. And I think her finding is beautiful with Sophie. Skill, obstruction of time, finding solution, improve teaching, and addressing workload. Next, I would like to invite the second speaker, Dr. Angelica Cote. She basically is from Nueva Ecija University of Science and Technology, which she is now serving as the Dean of the College of Education. She has 29 years of teaching and have obtained 9 product patents, published 15 researches in various in-text journals. She is also an editorial board member of 1 national and 2 international research journals. Presently, she is a member of the National Research Council of the Philippines. Her co-author, Manon B. Rufino, is the chairman of the BSIE and BTL programs of the College of Education. He has a Doctor of Philosophy in Education Management and is now serving in NUST for 24 years. He is also the author of various researches in local and international journals. So may I welcome Dr. Angelica Cote.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wong. My name is Dr. Angelica O. Cortez, the Dean of the College of Education of Nueva Ecija University of Science and Technology in the Philippines, and I am presenting to you now our research output on alternative learning system delivery services as basis for capacity building program in post-pandemic period. In the Philippines, there is an alternative way to learn if an individual needs to attend the formal education on a regular school year. This alternative means gives opportunity to obtain a diploma in elementary and secondary education and eventually become prepared in entering for college education, and such opportunity is available through the government's program titled the Alternative Learning System Program. This program is being implemented by the Department of Education through the Bureau of Alternative Learning System. The program is many facets that includes, for one, is the coordinating with the Technical Education Skills and Development Authority for the delivery of informal education training. Another phase is the non-formal education intended for those who stop their education and desire to acquire skills essential for work, and for those who aspire to finish college is the Accreditation and Equivalency Program, which is in partnership with the Center for Educational Measurement and Evaluation. The Accreditation and Equivalency Program is a non-formal education program that provides a certification of learning for out-of-school youth, the adults who are unable to avail of education in the formal school system or who have dropped out of formal elementary or secondary education. All of these facets embrace the principle underlying Sustainable Development Goal number 4 on ensuring inclusive and equitable quality education and promotion of lifelong learning opportunities for all. According to Philippine statistics as of 2019, there was about 91.6%. It covers the age range of 10.64 years old literacy in the Philippines. The world is continuously changing as an effect of being impacted by calamities and pandemic. Though the state of illiteracy of a portion of the population is not the only concern, but most of all, the growing number of school dropouts and out-of-school youth, the issue on early pregnancy, and the scaling up of unemployment rate due to lack of educational qualification. This is where the government program on alternative learning system comes in through the Bureau of Alternative Learning System. The BALS was in charge of a lot of programs from the year it was launched up until 2020 to help assist the Filipino people to gain lifelong learning. And that was until Republic Act number 11510 or the Alternative Learning System Act was passed and enacted into law. Under RA 11510, the ALS program is expanded and strengthened. It provides opportunities to improve knowledge, values, life skills needed for work and finding jobs. The Nueva Ecija University of Science and Technology as a teacher education institution is presently in partnership with 4 schools division offices of the Department of Education, which are in charge of the implementation of the goals of RA 11510. Under the signed Memorandum of Agreement, NUST envisioned to be locally responsive by addressing the needs of the community it served by producing educationally trained ALS teachers who are equipped with the needed pedagogical knowledge for the needs of more Filipinos in Region 3 and Mimaropa region, who would help assist the marginalized Filipinos towards a better future that's by providing inclusive and equitable quality education, thereby promoting lifelong learning opportunities. In order to be guided by this endeavor, a research was conducted with the following objectives. 1. To describe the ALS service delivery system and identify the challenges in the provision of ALS program before and during the pandemic period. 2. To propose a capability building plan to address the challenges. Our research questions include: how may the pre-pandemic and pandemic status of ALS in Region 3 and Mimaropa region be described in terms of the number of ALS enrollees before and during pandemic, the rate of graduates in elementary and secondary levels, and the teacher-student ratio. We also asked how many higher education institutions in Region 3 and Mimaropa region are offering ALS-related programs, and how may the pedagogical capacity of present ALS teachers in the region be described in terms of educational qualification. Also, we asked how does the implementation of ALS program before and during pandemic period by the implementers, facilitators, and teachers be described in terms of challenges met and actions taken. And we asked what curriculum may be developed for teachers of alternative learning system. Our sources of data are 3 schools division offices of the Department of Education in Region 3 and another one from Mimaropa region. For the methods and procedure, the study employed descriptive survey method through a survey questionnaire compiled by the ALS focal persons of the Office of Alternative Learning System of each SDO in Region 3 and Mimaropa region. The variables established in this study include the number of ALS teachers and students, the teacher's pedagogical background in terms of educational attainment related to ALS, the number of ALS completers or graduates, and the identified challenges met and initiatives done by the ALS teachers, implementers, and facilitators. An interview with the education supervisor in charge of teacher education program of the Commission on Higher Education in Region 3 and with ALS focal persons of the 4 SDOs were conducted, documented, and recorded. All gathered data about the identified variables were presented in terms of tables and graphs, and results of interview were interpreted. Among the statistical tools utilized in treating the data were frequency distribution, percentage, and ratio and proportion. For the results, Figure 1 here shows the ALS enrollees in elementary level. Before the pandemic, the increase in the enrollees was evident in 2019 in all 4 schools division. There was an evident decrease of enrollees during the time of pandemic. The presence of enrollees is an evidence that the Department of Education is continuous in the delivery of ALS services to the out-of-school youth and other less privileged members of the society, even during pandemic period. The enrollment of ALS students in elementary level during the pandemic period is an evidence. This shows that the number of ALS learners was affected by the impact of the pandemic the same way as other schools. the ALS enrollees in the secondary level, as presented here on screen, before the pandemic, enrollees were remarkable. Notice that during the first year of the pandemic, the number of ALS enrollees for secondary level decreased, which was obvious in all 4 schools divisions. Before the pandemic, completers in the elementary level ranging from 11 to about 14% of the total number of enrollees. But during the pandemic period, the number of enrollees generally lowered by 23%. So it is safe to assume that the number of completers were likewise affected. Absence of data of completers was due to delayed implementation of assessment. At the secondary level, before the pandemic, completers of the program were 23.08% up to 31% during the 2 years before the pandemic. During the pandemic period, the enrollees was lowered by 18.28%. Hence, the rate of graduates follows. The absence of data on the graduate of ALS for secondary level was due to delayed assessment due to lockdowns and other pandemic-related reasons. As regards the ALS student-teacher ratio for both elementary and secondary levels, and after doing a little mathematics on the figures from the respondents' SDOs, data showed that the ratio of teacher to student is found beyond and way above the normal ratio under the formal education setup, which is 1 teacher for every 35 to 40 students. That is, before the pandemic, and more so during the pandemic period. The ALS teacher-student ratio in 4 SDOs is in critical status. Even if the 4 SDOs may not be considered as the representation of all ALS implementers in the Philippines, gathered results still proven the fact that the Department of Education is in high need of ALS teachers, specifically and pedagogically trained for ALS delivery services. ALS teachers were not educationally trained to deliver ALS program, and that none of the teachers was a graduate of any ALS-related program. Unfortunately, these are the only source of training that the ALS teachers, implementers, and facilitators are getting in relation to ALS. Moreover, the frequency of ALS-related trainings and webinars is not as often as that for teachers in formal, basic, and higher education. Based from the interview conducted with the teacher education supervisor of the Commission on Higher Education in Region 3, and also focal persons from the subject schools division in Mimaropa region, there was no teacher education institution in the region that is offering ALS-related program. The CHED Technical Planner for Teacher Education crafted SEAMEO number 83, series of 2017. Hence, the state encourages the teacher education institutions in the country develop curriculum for the offering of post-baccalaureate diploma in alternative learning system to be more responsive to SDG goal number 4. And based from SEAMEO number 83, the training of ALS teachers may take a year to be fully equipped with the pedagogical knowledge on the delivery of ALS services. As for the challenges met by ALS teachers, implementers, and facilitators, one challenge is the lack of few permanent community learning centers. For several years, since the implementation of ALS program, very seldom that a particular town or barangay has community learning center. More likely, classes of ALS students before the pandemic were held inside the elementary or secondary public schools and were scheduled at night and after the classes of students enrolled in regular program. Another challenge is the lack or limited instructional learning materials as well as contextualized instructional learning materials. Another problem met was lack of limited ALS implementers or ALS teachers, and learners cannot pursue higher education due to delayed or non-administration of AME tests sometimes. Adult working learners, availability and schedule of classes was also a challenge faced by the ALS teachers. Also, the lack of very limited funds and unavailability of gadgets for online classes of learners. The ALS teachers, implementers, and facilitators likewise offered remedies and initiatives to meet the demands of all the identified challenges, which are now on screen. Now, some of these solutions were initialized by the ALS teachers themselves, but great majority are not within the teacher's capacity to solve or provide. From all the presented data and findings, after due considerations of all the gathered data, a capacity building plan was developed and summarized in the metrics as shown. In the plan, there were 4 targets, namely, to offer an ALS curriculum for the pedagogical training of teachers in response to the provisions of RA 11510 on the qualifications of teachers. Also to offer massive open online courses training program for already hired ALS teachers. We also targeted the provision of local, regional, and national workshops, conventions, webinars to capacitate ALS teachers. And for NAUST to become the center of teacher training for ALS and partner of the Department of Education for ALS delivery system. To attain these objectives, NUST submitted its crafted ALS curriculum, now pending at the CHED Office for Policies, Standards, and Development, awaiting for actions. The development of MOOCs started. We hope to finish them before the end of the year. Objective number 3, NUST started last September 2021 and continuously planning for the next set of webinars, while the 4th target is yet to be prepared through a proposal. To enclose this presentation, I present the NUST College of Education proposed curriculum for post-baccalaureate diploma in alternative learning system, with emphasis on community development. This is in response to the newly enacted law, Republic Act number 11510, with emphasis on the following provisions. Section 3, letter D, it is the duty of the agency to hire, capacitate, and deploy ALS teachers, community ALS implementers, and learning facilitators to deliver a range of ALS programs, especially in far-flung, unserved, undeserved, conflict-affected communities and communities in emergency situations. Section 12 of the same law states that in coordination with Commission on Higher Education, the Department of Education, and other relevant partners in the government, academe, and the private sector, and in order to promote the professional growth of ALS teachers, the DepEd shall develop and conduct regular training programs and workshops for ALS teachers, community ALS implementers, and learning facilitators to ensure that they have the necessary knowledge and capacity to carry out the programs under the ALS curriculum, as well as enhance their skills on the role as academic, administrative, and community learners. And finally, Section 15. The CHED shall assist the Department of Education in promoting among HEIs the admission of ALS and ANE passers. It shall support the DepEd in the development of college readiness supplemental programs and provide access to scholarships. The CHED shall likewise develop a standardized and formalized ALS curriculum for a specialized degree in ALS teaching. Thank you so much for this opportunity to share the NUST's vision and mission. The following are the references of the study.
Thank you, Dr. Angelica Cote, for the interesting presentation on alternative learning system. I think we can actually understand the challenges and difficulties that the Philippines are basically facing in terms of alternative learning system. And I think we can find some of the solutions have been presented. Next, I would like to invite the third speaker. He is Dr. Gary Digo. He is a full-fledged professor and program chair of the Doctor of Education in Educational Leadership and Management at the School of Graduate Study of Sorsogon State University, the Philippines. Dr. Digo is also a career executive service eligible and was recognized as the top 6 in the March 14, 2018 Career Executive Service Written Examination. His leadership and management experience at Sorsogon State University include designation as the campus administrator, dean, program chair, laboratory high school principal, and as student teaching supervisors. So let me welcome Dr. Jerry Digo to present to us enhancing research support to improve scholarly performance of State University graduate students. Dr. Gary, please.
Hello everyone, I am Jerry S. Digo of Sorsogon State University. and I would like to share my paper titled Enhancing Research Support to Improve Scholarly Performance of State University Graduate Students. In the Global Innovation Index, the ranking of the Philippines increased from rank 6 in 2019 to rank 4 in 2021 among middle-income economies, and from rank 54 in 2019 to rank 51 overall among 132 countries in 2021. However, human capital and research ranking is weak at 86th, where education is at 114th, tertiary is at 47th, and research and development is at 73rd. In the case of the Philippine higher education institutions, the country responded with the issuance of CHED Memorandum Order No. 15, Series of 2019, which aimed to improve on the scholarly growth of students, faculty, and institutions that is comparable to global standards and establish a research and innovation culture in the graduate school. For a higher education in the province of Sorsogon, the challenge was clearly accepted when it was converted from a state college into a state university, whose mandate is to engage in research in terms of basic and applied scientific, investigative, policy, and social science research, or producing technologies for commercialization, livelihood improvement, or research-based extension programs. Furthermore, in this context, the graduate school may take the lead in advancing the case of the research university. Hence, this paper aimed to enhance the graduate school research support for the improvement of the scholarly performance of graduate students of a state university in the province of Sorsogon. Mixed method sequential explanatory design was adopted in this study, which was participated by 106 respondents obtained through volunteer sampling. Furthermore, online survey and interview were conducted using a researcher-made questionnaire, and data were analyzed using average, rank, and thematic analysis. The online survey results revealed that the scholarly performance of the graduate students, along with the completion of research papers, including thesis and dissertation, and participation in extension program, does not fully meet expectation. Likewise, presentation and publication of research and non-research papers does not meet expectation at all. The four dimensions of institutional support are informational, mentoring, administrative, and resource. In terms of the informational support, the highest average rating was on the support for communication opportunities to address the graduate students' welfare. On the other hand, the lowest average rating was on the support for information for research collaborators. Overall, the average rating for informational support was 3.0 and fully meets the expectations of the respondents. Hence, enhancement of informational support may come in the form of practical and accessible platform on data and information sharing. Specifically, the graduate school may increase the pool of thesis and dissertation advisors, establish the graduate research journal, and use social media for intensive research dissemination. For mentoring support, the highest average rating was on the provision of assistance in the development of new research skills. On the other hand, the lowest average rating was on the provision of respect for the scholarly work of graduate students. Overall, the average rating for mentoring support was 3.2 and fully meets the expectation of the respondents. Evidence-based mentorship may help enhance the mentoring support for graduate students, which may come in the form of database for thesis and dissertation advisors and panel members, annual thesis and dissertation clinic, and research paper publication and presentation as a graduation requirement. In the case of administrative support, the highest average rating was on the personnel encouragement for the scholarly endeavors, and the lowest average rating was on personal support for research skills development program. Overall, the average rating for administrative support was 3.2 and fully meets the expectation of the respondents. Opportunities for the enhancement of administrative support may be provided by implementing a calibrated progression in research works to begin from secondary research during coursework to primary research for thesis or dissertation. In other words, review article, meta-analysis, or book reviews, among others, may be required in lieu of original research works during courseworks. Lastly, for the resource support, funding support for publication of completed researches ranked first, followed by support for research equipment, facilities, space, and attendance to professional trainings. However, support staff for startup funds and student research funds ranked 4th and 5th respectively. Overall, the average rating for resource was 3.0 and fully meets the expectation of the respondents. Opportunities for the enhancement of the resource support may be possible with the allocation of 12.5% of the 50% of tuition fees for scholarship and incentives as prescribed by SEAMEO 20 series of 2011. This may fund the in-house training on research grants, thesis and dissertation awards, and publication and presentation awards. More importantly, the interview revealed the interviewee's awareness of the success indicators of enhanced research support and improved scholarly performance. These are Best Thesis and Dissertation Awards, Incentives for Research Awards, International Research Fora, Research Journal, Publication in Quality Journals, and Presentations in International Research Fora. In closing, may I emphasize that the major scholarly performances needing improvement are research, presentation, and publication, which may be attributed along with the need to attune the informational, mentoring, administrative, and resource supports of the institution for graduate research and innovation. Hence, opportunities were identified on the establishment of a research and innovation culture in the graduate school that is responsive locally and comparable to the national and global standards.
Thank you, Dr. Guri Digo, for sharing with us some of the areas in supporting and improving scholarly performance of graduate students, especially in the areas of informational supports, mentorship support, administrative support, and resource support. So we have another 10 minutes to go for Q&A. So let me take a look at the Q&A. Maybe I would like to ask about the action research that was actually raised and some of the challenges and initiative that were actually developed to overcome some of the difficulty faced by the researcher. So, Sophie, is there a measure of how effective Sophie is going to be able to address all the challenges and obstacles to overcome the action research? So when I'm asking, would there be an evaluation of Sophie to
Thank
test
you
its
so much.
effectiveness. Yeah.
Okay. Actually, the themes that emerged in this study, which is acronymed as SOPHIA, is not yet tested. However, these are the what they call these perspectives and experiences of the researchers or the teacher researchers in the local, which is in Valenzuela National High School, a public school. And in my conclusion, and sorry, in my recommendations, these challenges, these research perspectives of the researchers in conducting action research will be addressed in the following school year for them to be able to, for us to be able to come up with plenty and numerous action researches, particularly probing the intervention, pedagogical approaches in a particular classroom.
Right. I think one of the challenges is actually in terms of lack of time. Yeah. I think I've been a faculty member of a teacher, time is always very dear to most of us. So how could time, be addressed?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Johnson. Actually, it's everyone's dilemma. It's about the time. And I think the perfect solution for that is time management. Although in the Philippines, teachers do numerous of paperworks, lesson plan, recording of grades, crafting work plans, and among others. But I think if a teacher has this skill in time management, I think he or she could be able to overcome that challenge.
Right. Yeah. So one way maybe, digitization of automation. I think there was a question about artificial intelligence that might be able to help the teacher in terms of overcoming the lack of time. Yeah. Let me come to the second speaker about alternative learning system. I think not many of us are familiar with alternative learning system in the Philippines. We would love if you could just elaborate a little bit on this alternative learning system. And especially when we're looking at the ratio of teacher to enrollee, where you have 1 to more than 100, how could a teacher cope with that size? Thank you, Dr. Angelica.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson, for the question. Well, that is something that we are really facing here, because alternative learning system is a government program to address those out-of-school youth, adults who have not finished even their elementary or secondary education. They are being invited and recruited to enroll in this kind of program so that they may be able to catch up with the lost time, so that after finishing a certain period of training, all the modules prepared by the Department of Education, and they were assessed. After having passed the assessment, they will be given a certificate for them to qualify for enrollment in their chosen program in the higher education. That is the alternative learning system, but that is just one phase of the program. There are actually non-formal education, informal education trainings for work qualifications for them to qualify for application to any type of work they are prepared to. So based from the training under this alternative learning system. In short, this is a program of the government to address the problem on poverty, one way to address the problem on education, lifelong learning, education for our less fortunate, because of poverty, they experienced that kind of situation. Now, The role of the College of Education of NEUST is to address the less number of teachers, to provide a trained teachers, as many as possible, by offering a program that will prepare these teachers in handling increasing number, especially in this time of pandemic. There was an increase in the number of enrollees in the alternative learning system, yet the number of teacher is decreasing. Hence, we really need to act as a teacher education institution in order to help our government in nation building in general. That is a program that we really are preparing. In fact, Mr. Johnson, the other day, we defended our proposed program to our Commission on Higher Education Technical Panel for the post-baccalaureate diploma in alternative learning system, and we got a positive response from them. Hopefully, we can offer the program and train teachers that will man the ALS program of the government. That is our aspiration for this coming school year.
Right. Thank you for sharing, and congratulations. Let me just see whether is there any. All right, let me maybe ask the third speaker, Dr. Gary. He presented about the 4 different kinds of support for graduate students. All right. In your opinion, which support is the most important? If everything being equal, with limited resources, which support would you give in order to raise the performance of the graduate student?
Thank you very much for that very difficult question. I guess I would like to approach it in terms of who my graduate students are. They are postgraduate students. Hence, I would like to approach it on the bias that if they are provided with accurate and factual information, they can actually become very competitive in the real world. So I think, sir, given who my students are, I would go for informational support.
I see. So that could be an important start for them to conduct a research and how well they can actually plan. Yeah. Thank you so much for sharing with us this interesting topic on the curriculum and research development, especially in the Philippines. All right, I will hand over to Ms. Tao. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Johnson, and our speakers for a wonderful section with lots of ideas and experiences having shared. Now we will have a 15-minute break. After the break, we'll come back with 2 more sections regarding the sub-themes: digital technology in teaching and learning, and global partnership and transnational education. Let's take a break for 15 minutes, everyone, and then we'll get back after that. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome you on to the plenary section 4 of the International Conference on Innovative Leadership and Management in Higher Education, Global Trends and Practices in the Post-COVID-19 Pandemic. We are currently having the sections sub-theme focusing on digital technology in teaching and learning. The section includes 3 presentations from Mr. John Andre, Mr. C.J. Lomeda, and Ms. Trần Thị Mơ, and is moderated by Dr. Lilibet Ta, Graduate School Professor, New Era University, Consultant, SEAMEO Regional Training Center for Educational Innovation and Technology, SEAMEO Innotech from the Philippines. Please join me to welcome Dr. Lilibet to be the moderator of this section, and I invite the distinguished speakers to join the panel. Mr. John Andre, Senior Lecturer, National Economics University in Vietnam. Mr. C.J. Lomeda, Research Assistant, Fabius College of Paipo in the Philippines. And Mrs. Trần Thị Mơ, Lecturer, University of Finance and Marketing in Vietnam. During their presentations, if you have any questions for our speakers, please type your questions in the Q&A box. Thank you very much. And now I invite Dr. Lilibet to start your section.
Hello friends from different parts of the globe. Welcome to plenary session 4, which is about digital technology in teaching and learning. We have 3 amazing resource persons and presenters for this session. To our speakers, please take note that you have 15 minutes to present, and I will let you know when you have 3 minutes left. So first, we're going to learn more about using cryptocurrency to motivate students, teachers' willingness to innovate. And the speaker will be Mr. John Andre, Senior Lecturer at the National Economics University in Vietnam. Mr. Andre is an American entrepreneur and educator. He founded several companies, including Montgomery Software, which made its name in training and consulting for corporate clients around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, let us welcome Mr. John Andre.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for your kind introduction, Dr. Lilibet Ta. And can you see my screen, my slides?
Very clearly, yes.
Fantastic, great. I would like to thank everybody for coming to this presentation, and thank you for SEAMEO for organizing the conference as they always do, even in this challenging time. So the presentation that I would like to make for this session is a follow-up to another paper that I will reference a bit. The title is Using Cryptocurrency to Motivate Students, Teachers' Willingness to Innovate. Now, as a point of background, there was another paper earlier this year. There's a reference on the final slide where I conceptualized a new cryptocurrency. And the idea of the cryptocurrency is a little different from others where it may not have any real world value at all. So it's not a currency for trading and getting rich or something like that. And indeed, it focuses on offering educational benefits to the students. And the reason why I came up with this idea, the underlying reason, is that first of all, we see in higher education in many places, especially in Vietnam and I think around Southeast Asia, where students, they have difficulty changing their behavior. They tend to be a little bit too passive in class and maybe not push themselves as hard as we lecturers would like them to push themselves. And cryptocurrencies, they have this inherent weakness. There's a big problem that I think has limited the adoption of cryptocurrency around the world. Don't worry about the technical details of cryptocurrency. That's not what's important here. But the point here is a cryptocurrency is just a digital, you can think of it as a digital point system, a digital coin. And the problem with cryptocurrencies is that it's like this money, but you can't spend it everywhere. So it's very limited in what you can do. But instead of that being a weakness, what if that were a strength? So we could give this cryptocurrency to students to reward them for certain behaviors, but then they could not use it everywhere. They could only use it specifically for educational benefits. You can think of it like somebody who flies a lot on a certain airline and the airline gives them extra flight related benefits. So it's something like that. It's a way for teachers to motivate certain behaviors from students. Now, in order to make this idea work, because the teachers would be giving coins to students, we need at a minimum the support of the students and the support of the teachers. Now, the earlier paper focuses on the perspective of the students. This focuses on the perspective of the teachers. Now, from the earlier paper, we know that 89% of the respondents, the student respondents, actually said that they were really interested in this idea of a cryptocurrency, that they would be willing to change their behavior to get some of this new cryptocurrency. But to be fair, it's easier to get students to agree because we're really just giving students something extra. The purpose of this research that I'm talking about today is from the teacher's perspective, because we need to have teachers actually decide what behaviors to motivate, how many coins to give each student, and doing the work of distributing them electronically. So for the teachers, they actually have to do some work in order to have this system, where students, they don't necessarily have to do a lot of extra work, but they may get some benefit. So that's the key thing. So the overall concept of the coin works like this. A teacher who wants to motivate some behavior in a student, when the student performs that behavior, and this behavior is determined by the teacher, then the teacher gives coins to the student. Again, these virtual electronic coins. Then the student can use these coins and redeem them to buy something from the teacher who gave them to them. And possibly the student could even redeem the coins with other teachers, potentially. And it's even possible that the student could redeem those coins with somebody who's not even a teacher. And so this is basically the overall idea of the cryptocurrency, and we need to see whether or not the teachers support this idea and how much of this idea the teachers support, which leads us to the research questions. First question is, would the lecturers be interested in using this coin? In other words, would they be willing to do what it takes to distribute the coins, even if it's as simple as deciding who gets how many coins? Would they be interested? Second question is, what behaviors from the students do the teachers want to see changed? This goes back to the behaviorist psychological principles of rewarding certain behaviors. So what behaviors would the teachers reward? The third question is, would the lecturers offer students, what would the lecturers offer students in trade for those coins? In other words, when the student receives the coins, now what can the student use those coins to buy from the teacher? And then finally, would the lecturers redeem coins that were given to students by other teachers? For example, if you are one teacher and you give the student some coins, can the student redeem those coins by buying something from me when I did not give those coins to the student? So we need to find out, what is the teacher's perspective in all of this? In order to answer these questions, we did some exploratory qualitative research. Unfortunately, we cannot use the TAM or the UTAUT, which are common models for the acceptance of technology. And these questions, I think, will show you why we can't use these models. From the TAM, we see one question is, the quality of the output I get from the system is high. But there is no system. The system only has been conceptualized, and the idea is to get a multi-stakeholder perspective before actually creating a system, so we can make sure that we create the system in a way that satisfies the maximum number of stakeholders. So since the system does not exist, we cannot ask people if the quality of the output is high, because there is no output because the system does not exist yet. The same thing with the UTAUT, where it says working with the system is fun. Again, it's simply not appropriate to use these models when you have a non-existent technology, which is where we're at with this cryptocurrency so far. Now, the sample for the interviews that we did consists of 25 university lecturers doing in-depth interviews. 81% of the respondents teach business or finance. On average, they have 11 years of teaching experience, and none of them have less than 3 years of teaching experience. So they all have a decent amount of experience in the classroom. We have a mix of both Vietnamese and foreign university lecturers involved. You can see in the tables a fairly even split between genders. And when we look at where they teach, most of them teach in the public university, some in private, and some in both public and private universities. Now, to answer the question, are the lecturers interested in this coin? We can see that 69%, so more than 2/3 of the lecturers answered that they were either interested or very interested in being able to use this coin. And none of them answered that they were not interested at all. So all of them have at least some level of interest, but you can see it's fairly heavily weighted on the higher interest scale. So that's a very promising finding that we have. As far as the behaviors of the students that the lecturers want to change, the overwhelming majority, 81% of lecturers said that they wanted to increase in-class participation. For anybody who teaches in Vietnam, and I suspect in most of Southeast Asia, we have a challenge with student participation in class. Students tend to be very passive, which is okay if you're just lecturing, but if you're doing any kind of active learning methods, then it becomes very difficult to use. So the teachers want to reward participation. The number of teachers, or the percentage of teachers who said they wanted to reward either participation or attendance to class was 88%. So nearly all of the respondents are really focused on that. Not many of the respondents focused on grades. In other words, not rewarding grades, but rather rewarding the in-class participation. Now, this may be about just the teacher trying to have a better experience when they're teaching, but we also know that since students are often very quiet in class due to peer pressure, because they don't want to be seen as showing off and standing out from their peer group, having this coin may allow students to overcome this, where students may claim to their friends, to their classmates, oh, I'm not answering all the questions because I want to show how smart I am, I just want to get the coins. And that can be seen as something that is more socially acceptable. So it may be possible for this coin to achieve this desire that the teachers have expressed. Now, what would the lecturers offer to students? 50% of the respondents said that 6 or fewer students come to their office hours that they have every semester. And possibly because of that low usage of office hours, teachers were willing to offer even more of their time, which is underutilized right now. And there's some very interesting ideas in the other paper about students actually coming more to office hours if they have to pay for it using this cryptocurrency, but I'll leave that for the other paper. One of the things that lecturers said that they would be willing to give when they talk about giving more of their own time, they said that they would be willing to use their time to offer their consulting services for startups. Now, remembering that 81% of the respondents teach business or finance, that should not be too much of a surprise because most lecturers in business and finance do consulting to industry because of their knowledge of the field. Now, if we look in the table in the lower left-hand corner, we can see that 58% of respondents said they were willing to offer more of their time, offering to discuss more topics than they would normally be willing to discuss with students. So really expanded number of hours and expanded quality of what they would be willing to discuss. A third of the respondents were unsure. They just needed more time to process the idea, which is not surprising because this idea is very new in the literature. Now, when we look at this data that I just talked about, if we look at data from the earlier paper, which is about the students' perspective, we actually see that what students want is mainly more teacher time. So 83% of students said they would like to receive improvement recommendations before assignment submission. And so the other points you can see here from the earlier paper show that students want more time, teachers are willing to offer more time. It's a very promising sign. A big question here was, are lecturers willing to let non-students, people who are not their students, redeem coins with them for what they're willing to offer? 1/3 just said yes, they need to be their current students. 42% said no, they would be willing to offer their services to anybody. And 23% said other. Now the other is basically, they said, well, they need to be my current student or my former student. Or some of the respondents said, I would offer it to even people who were never my student, but I would place more limits on it. In other words, teachers were more giving to their students. So in conclusion, what we see is, from the earlier paper, we know that students already want a coin like this. 89% of them do. Now, from this research, we know that 69% of lecturers want it also. What lecturers want to motivate as far as student behavior is in-class participation. Lecturers are willing to give more of their time, which matches very well with what students say they want to buy with their coins. And most interesting is that the lecturers don't need to buy anything with their coins. In other words, when students redeem the coins with the lecturer, and the lecturer now has their own personal coins, actually those don't need to have really any value, because the lecturer said they just want to use the coins that they get from students to further motivate students. So this really closes the loop in the process. And that's all. If you want to read the original paper, you can see the DOI here, as well as the other references. That's all. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Mr. John Andre. Very interesting. And now, before we respond to questions, if you have questions, please put them in the Q&A box. And now we're proceeding to our second topic for this session, tweaking pedagogical strategies in a virtual learning environment, to be delivered by Mr. Sir J. E. Lomeda, Research Assistant at the Fabius College of Bible, Philippines. Mr. Lomeda has been instrumental in mobilizing and supporting college and graduate students to conduct research. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sir J. E. Lomeda.
Good day. I'll be presenting the paper on tweaking pedagogical strategies in a virtual learning environment. The outbreak of the global health crisis halted education activities for some time. Schools worldwide were forced to close to prevent the transmission of the COVID-19 infection. Despite the health crisis, however, the children's right to education remains imperative, thus binding education policymakers to find alternative ways in place of face-to-face instruction. The advancing technology, with the increasing bandwidth of internet access, was turned to as the immediate consideration for an alternative to in-person classroom teaching and learning. How teachers use their pedagogical tools in the context of the online platform for effective instructional delivery determines the progress of student learning. Tweaking pedagogical strategies in a virtual learning environment may appear to be a challenge, or particularly when subjects taught require field demonstration, like physical education course, or on-site internship, like practice teaching or hospital training. At the same time, it may be of equal concern for schools to make do with limited resources and technological infrastructure, as these pose restrictions to the optimization of the tools embedded in the computer system to deliver instruction. The purpose of this study, therefore, was to explore the ways by which the faculty participants of a Bible college in Valenzuela City fine-tuned their teaching strategies in a virtual learning environment. The central question, how do the faculty participants describe tweaking their pedagogical strategies in a virtual learning environment, was addressed. The study employed a qualitative research design. Specifically, the study used the phenomenological approach to describe the faculty members' experience of tweaking pedagogical strategies in a virtual learning environment. Faculty members of a Bible college in Valenzuela City who experienced teaching transition from on-ground, in-person classroom setting to an online teaching platform were invited to participate in in-depth interviews from late February to May 2021. Using Polite's 7 steps of phenomenological analysis, the field texts were read and reread. Significant statements reflective of the participants' lived experience were identified, extracted, and categorized. The themes that emerged during the data analysis were then developed. The findings were presented back to the participants in the process of member checking. The themes that emerged during the data analysis were identified using the acronym TWEAK. Number 1, technology-supported design of lesson plans. Number 2, wellness-sensitive and flexible class expectations. Number 3, efficient selection of activities and assessment tasks. Number 4, attention-keeping strategies in student participation. And lastly, number 5, knowledge acquisition through creative visuals and demonstrations. On technology-supported design of lesson plans, the participants have found the following as effective in tweaking their pedagogical strategies in a virtual learning environment. Letter A, course plans are reflected in the organization of the virtual classroom, including the scheduling of the posting of materials and activities for the whole course period. Letter B, the non-synchronous nature of an organized classroom enhances the students' ability to track course flow despite unexpected circumstances. Letter C, students are linked to well-chosen online resources. Letter D, activity instructions and expectations are made clear, including the provision of examples, so students can follow carefully throughout the course despite restraints in online education. On wellness-sensitive and flexible class expectations, the participants have found the following as effective in tweaking their pedagogical strategies in a virtual learning environment. Letter A, the learning of students, rather than a scrupulous observance of the course plan, is prioritized in the pacing of lessons. Letter B, relationship-building activities such as online icebreakers create a safe space for students and allow them to be engaged. Letter C, students who have become inactive are given individualized instruction and review of lessons through follow-up efforts. On efficient selection of activities and assessment tasks, the participants have found the following as effective in tweaking their pedagogical strategies in a virtual learning environment. Letter A, syllabus and handouts are revised and filtered according to the most essential objectives and content. Letter B, outcomes that indicate understanding, integration, and application are more emphasized than those that test knowledge acquisition. On attention-keeping strategies in student participation, the participants have found the following as effective in tweaking their pedagogical strategies in a virtual learning environment. Letter A, efforts are taken by teachers to make their critical presence felt by everyone, such as the preparation of interaction questions and a more frequent roll call of students. Letter B, live student reports with subsequent feedback enhance engagement and serve as tools for teachers to assess learning. Letter C, a variety of means for students to respond, for example, chat box, are utilized. On knowledge acquisition through creative visuals and demonstrations, the participants have found the following as effective in tweaking their pedagogical strategies in a virtual learning environment. Letter A, utilization of PowerPoint presentations allows students to be visually fixed on the lectures. Letter B, there are more devices that visually capture demonstrations done by teachers, especially in skills-based training. Now for the conclusions and recommendations. Having received training to navigate the digital online teaching learning platform provided by the higher learning institution, the teacher participants, the study revealed, utilize the tools that are made available in the technology-mediated classroom. This implies the participants' modification of their education materials, to meet the prescriptions of the virtual learning environment. A sustained educational technology training may thus be prioritized in the faculty development program. Also, the use of technology as a pedagogical tool may be the emphasis of all efforts for curriculum enhancement. Library holdings may include electronic instructional and learning materials that are integrated in the virtual learning environment. The study also reported a new definition of classroom management with the teacher participants' effort to make their critical presence felt in a classroom environment that digitally separates them from the students. It is crucial, therefore, to formulate new policies that define acceptable and unacceptable student behavior. Digital classroom rules may also be specified for student preference. This may also be incorporated in the student handbook. The participants' consideration of the student's psychological well-being was also revealed in the study, with the participants relaxing their class expectations by extending deadlines of assignments and lending time to meet the students at the level of needs that particularly affect their learning progress. Training teachers the basics of counseling may be put in place to further equip teachers in serving the needs of the students that bear on their academic performance. The Student Affairs Office that takes charge of student development in coordination with the Guidance Office may consider designing a program of activities that promotes the psychological well-being of the students. Study delved into the description of the experiences of the teacher participants, tweaking their pedagogical strategies to meet the requirements of a virtual learning environment. Future researchers may look into other variables in undertaking similar investigation. Moreover, future researchers may consider assessing student learning engagement and his progress in a virtual learning environment. Thank you for listening, and God bless you.
Wow, thank you so much, Mr. Lumeda. You did your presentation in 9 minutes, but of course, it was really very meaty as well. So thank you so much. And now we're looking forward to hear from our third resource person for this afternoon, our third researcher. And Mrs. Tranthi Mo is a lecturer at the University of Finance Marketing in Vietnam. She has a bachelor's degree in finance and accounting, a master's degree in banking and finance, and her research includes the impact between tax and GDP in Vietnam and the impact between foreign direct investment and GDP in developing countries in Asia. She has published articles related to economics and finance. Ladies and gentlemen, to let us know more about digital transformation in teaching and learning at university in Vietnam, let's hear it from Mrs. Tran Thi Mo.
Digital transformation in teaching and learning at university in Vietnam. Abstract. Digital transformation in education is a process of replacing traditional educational methods. It makes a full use of technology to aim for high quality education, for education in general and higher education in particular. It offers the opportunities to apply technology to create rapid changes in models, organization, and teaching and learning. Accurate understanding of digital transformation and proper assessment of the current situation to build a reasonable digital in recent years, revolutionary term Industry 4.0 constantly mentioned in most activities and events in Vietnam. To benefit from this revolution, first thing that organizations in every country need to do is build a modern, smart, and secure digital technology platform to connect all members of organization with each other as well as with other systems. This process can be understood as digital transformation. Therefore, this is considered a current inevitable trend in the activities of enterprises, organizations, and the states. This trend forces organizations and governments to change their approach to operations, more product and service delivery, marketing efforts, and every other aspect of their organization. Universities are institutions that research and provide educational services, spread and develop human knowledge. Therefore, without digital transformation, a successful digital transformation, universities cannot be a place to attract, train, and lead in knowledge for scientists, students, and businesses. Therefore, promoting digital transformation in university teaching and learning in Vietnam will create a driving force for innovation, creativity, and improved training quality of universities in the context of the current industrial revolution. Education trends in the digital age. The definition of it. Digital transformation of education sectors, which means the application of technology based on the purpose and structure of enterprise. Currently, it is applied under three main forms: applied technology in teaching methods, smart classroom programming, application of technology in management, tools for operation and management, technology application for classrooms, teaching tools and facilities. Education trends in the digital age. Only in higher education it is becoming common for students to have a computer or smartphone with an internet connection in the digital age of the internet's explosion. This has a direct impact on teaching and learning strategies, fundamentally alter the conventional educational approach and created an active and global educational environment. Most of the universities in the nation are using digital learning platforms and more. E-learning is a form of education and learning based on the internet connection. With an internet-connected tablet or smartphone, both lecturers and students can participate in the class open on the system through the tablet with a connection of internet. When signed in, the area is set up as a classroom where teachers can instruct pupils directly or delegate tasks. They can also store lectures and educational resources in a variety of forms, including Word, PDF, video. Students can access online lectures at any time and study, turn in homework, participate in forum discussion, take quizzes, write essays, determine right from wrong. To enhance education, e-learning specifically provides resources like using electronic seminar tools, simulation tools, test development tools, multimedia presentation creation. In addition, there are other software programs like Camtasia Studio. With the help of these programs, we can quickly and easily construct online courses, video lessons, and explanations use screen recordings, audio, voice narration, PowerPoint, picture-in-picture, and webcam to interact with students. The main tools are record everything, set up customizations, add some effects, record in picture. Many institutions use Microsoft Teams and Zooms because of their user-friendly interfaces, ease of use, and integration of numerous functions for related operations as much as possible. The term digital learners refers to students who use technology integration in the classroom. In the digital age, digital instructors means that education caters who use technology in the classroom. So what is the digital learner? With this strategy, the learner now occupies the middle. Modern education allows students to freely select pre-designed modules from their curriculum framework and is more proactive in allowing students to determine the content of their learning program. This trend predicts that instruction will focus on students who need to adjust the new curriculum, including in-person instruction and online learning through the system. And they should think about deciding on individualized learning programs and styles based on their personalities, interests, and needs. Actively training and acquire learning abilities since they are a crucial part of the community in this age. To ensure work efficiency, necessary to have both individual and teamwork abilities. Learning with whom, what, and when is something that must also planned in rational and logical manner. About the digital instructors, that learners can connect with variety of information sources and views rich in formats and languages outside of the school's campus by using current innovative technologies in the field of education. As a result, to meet the student needs, it is necessary for teaching staff to continuously adapt and use new technology. Teachers perform the role of instructing, transmitting, and connecting with the data sources and materials based on technology. Digital teachers that proficient in technology to easily support students in approaching, accepting, and using it, as well as inspire them to be able to use it. Today, the use of apps that support learning as a virtual teacher using artificial intelligence technologies, big data is becoming more and more popular, and it appears that learners are more engaged in learning and studying with the help of these virtual experts, willing to experiment and join digital learning. Number of learners and teachers are working hard to advance digital learning, like growing rapidly the sources of knowledge, information, and educational skills are being increasingly digitized from the design, production, publishing, and achieving stages, resulting in extremely vast open sources of educational resources. Readers will be able to quickly access, look up information, exchange, and contribute ideas thanks to stored digital resources. Digital learning environment. Learning will be more personalized as a result of learners' interactions with AI products, robotics in classroom, face recognition, biometrics, and emotion recognition, which leads to a new, varied, and more efficient access to information, increasing accessibility and processing information, expand the environment, develop the ability of creative thinking and problem solving of both teachers and learners. The benefits of digital transformation in the education sector in Vietnam. Firstly is be proactive in learning flexible educational environments. Through the internet, digital technology has created a convenient learning environment which allows the on-the-go learning. Learners can now acquire knowledge more quickly and simply, which has given Vietnam in particular an access to a entirely new open education. Having the appropriate learning environment available for all courses is an advantage. To learn the most, study wherever you feel most comfortable, whether it be at home, in a coffee shop, or some other location. The learning outcomes will undoubtedly be boosted and improved with a relaxed attitude, and it gets rid of the restrictions of distance, optimizes study time, and improves the learner's thinking. Besides, learners can acquire knowledge conveniently and easily on any device such as computer, laptop, smartphone, and so on. A completely new avenue for open education has now been created. Anyone, anywhere, at any time has access to the widest variety of information and expertise. It entirely eliminates the restrictions of distance and maximizes study time and develops students' awareness and critical thinking. Secondly, is increased interactivity and real-world experience. Many individuals believe that the ability of teachers and students to interact will be restricted by online learning. However, this new approach to learning actually fosters more two-way communication because students and teachers may speak face-to-face without being constrained by physical distance. 4.0 technologies like virtual reality and augmented reality applications give students more real reality experiences. The new technology assists learners in having multisensory experiences, fostering a sense of wonder and excitement during learning, as opposed to a conventional theoretical learning method, which cannot be envisioned through books. Thirdly, unlimited access to learning materials. Thanks to this limitless collection of documents, students can access them easily and save a lot of money. The digital revolution in the education sector makes it easier to access and use resources swiftly with online tools, unrestricted by the user's financial means. By lowering the cost of printing, technology makes it simpler and more cost-effective for students and teachers to share documents. Quality of education is improved. Education has undergone a digital transition that has ushered in a new era when teachers, students are empowered to use new technology. Achievements such as big data enables online knowledge storage, IoT aids in managing, blockchain facilitates the management of student data and academic records. Last but not least is maximum savings in training and learning costs. The cost of fixing issues with buildings, facilities, equipment, and other things will be lower for schools. They can take use of expensive online learning opportunities instead of attending public school. This results in higher quality learning that is also more effective. Next, we'll have the reality of digital transformation in teaching and tertiary study in Vietnam. The fundamental and thorough reform of education and training in Vietnam is constantly a crucial task in the party and government's objectives and policies. Since the Eighth Party Congress up to now, education and training has always been considered the top national policy and has always been integrated in the strategies and policies for development of economic and social fields. The party and government issue documents on proactively participating the industry 4.0, building e-government, digital government, and economy and society. And this is several resolutions that related to technological advancement to promote innovation in teaching and learning, improving the quality and accessibility of education, effective education management, building a digital-based, adaptive open education, and aiding in the development of digital economy, government, and society. Internet speed in
Hello, Mrs.
Vietnam is
Mo.
considered to be
Can I
good,
give you 1 minute?
and in Southeast Asia alone, Vietnam's internet lags behind Singapore, Thailand, Malaysia, and is higher than other countries. To the table 1 illustrates the proportion of population covered by 2G, 3G, and 4G. At a cost of millions of USD, many cities in Vietnam already have many hotspots and free Wi-Fi access for citizens. Due to the state's excellent policies and action programs, there will be a substantial increase in the number of IT-related businesses between 2016 and 2020, adding excitement to the digital economy. Below is
Thank you so much, Mrs. Mo, for your presentation. Very interesting, but sorry we had to do a hard stop because of time. It's 5 p.m., so we're now heading to the open forum, to the question and answer portion. I can see that Mr. Andre has responded to some of the questions in the Q&A box. Is there anything you would like to add to your response, Mr. Andre? Let me go ahead, please.
Yeah, no, I was just there were several questions in the Q&A, and for those of you who weren't looking there, I will just summarize a couple of the important ones. The first one is somebody said, well, isn't this really, this idea of a cryptocurrency for motivating students, isn't it really just a way of bribing students? And I will say, I mean, there is some sense of that because you're giving something extra to the students, but I wouldn't consider it bribing because I don't see this cryptocurrency as having any monetary value. You can't trade it for money. Well, actually, there's no system developed yet, but the idea is that it would not be tradable for money, just to buy more educational benefits. So I would not look at it as a bribe, but yes, it's a little bit of a motivational tool for sure. Other questions came up about, well, how much will it cost? And, you know, teachers don't have so much money to afford this. My intention is for this system to not cost anybody anything. I envision this. In fact, it's been published out there. So if somebody else takes the idea, and can't really stop them. But the idea is to build a system to make teachers' jobs easier and to help motivate students so students will learn more. This is not some kind of system to make people rich. This is just not the intention of the system. So the last question was, if somebody wanted something other than this cryptocurrency to motivate students, what could they do? And I put a link to the earlier paper that focused on the student perspective. And I would recommend to read the references on that because there's many references in the paper on how to motivate students.
Thank you so much, Mr. Andre. Very interesting, and I'm sure that they will look up the resource that you provided. We have a question here for Mrs. Mo, I think, but I was given advice that Mrs. Mo has to go to the university at this time, so she won't be able to join us in the Q&A portion of our session. But please rest assured that Ms. Zhao and the rest of the SEAMEO RETRAC team will be sending the questions to Mrs. Mo and we'll be getting back to you. And let me see. So the questions I see in the Q&A box are for Mrs. Mo. And I saw something in the chat box as well. I'm just not sure if this is addressed to probably Mr. Our speaker, Mr. Lumeda. I'm not sure. I hope you can help me out with this. The comment is that update in providing CPD for us professionals because it has to do with certificate on the Professional Regulation Commission. I don't know if that is addressed to Mr. Lumeda, although what Mr. Lumeda said is actually like converting the pedagogies that we use to virtual presence. So yeah, so Mr. Lumeda, is there anything that you would like to add regarding your presentation, or maybe the most powerful impact that you would really like to leave with our audience here?
One thing I've learned that in tweaking pedagogical strategies is we have to tweak all areas of pedagogy. And that not only involves how we lecture, that it would be interactive, but also in the way we organize the Google Classroom, how we use more digital devices. So that's really a big adjustment for teachers. But so far in the interviews I have had, they were willing to go that far to just to be able to teach students effectively. And it has been a meaningful time interviewing them and learning a lot of insights, especially in our context.
Definitely, definitely. And I love the way that you created an acronym for the changes, the steps that the teacher in your school made based on your grounded theory process, of course, tweak, right? Tweak. So easy to remember. I remembered it, even for someone like me who would probably have some senior moments. It's wonderful. Let me see. I thought I saw something in the chat box. All right, so it's from Miss Nguyen. All right, so yeah, maybe it's a good thing to read this. The participants here are all asking for access to the different materials, and there's a response. Okay, you can find them on the website of the International Conference 2022 after July 8th. So yeah, the link is here. You might want to click it so you don't forget. Anything else? Do we have some people here who have some questions before we I can see items in the chat box. This is a question from Ms. Hien Kuang Vo. Some materials about the online teaching in TESOL methods can be shared with us to make them better. Is there anyone who would like to respond to this? So this is about materials about the online teaching in TESOL. So this is English as a second language, I suppose.
So thank you very much, Dr. Lidibet, for your wonderful moderation of the section, as well as thank you on our excellent speakers for the sharing of information, experience, and expertise. Thank you so much. To continue, may I invite you to join the next section, which is also about the topic global partnership and transnational education. In this section, we are going to listen to the two presentations from Vietnamese researchers. Before we start, please allow me to introduce to you the moderator of this section, Dr. Sinamite Gaman, Program Head, College of Education of Nueva Ecija University of Science and Technology in the Philippines. And we are also honored to welcome the speakers of this section, Mr. Lê Hoàng Anh, Vice Dean, Faculty of Mechatronics and Electronics from Lạc Hồng University in Vietnam, and Ms. Mai Thị Như Hằng, PhD student from the University of Queensland in Australia. Now I invite Dr. Sheena Gatman to start the section. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Thao Yun. So we are now in the fifth session of our conference for this afternoon. This is day one. So let me introduce to you our first presenter for this session. So our first presenter received his BE degree in Electronics and Telecommunication from Lạc Hồng University in 2005, and his Master's of Science degree in Electronics Engineering from Ho Chi Minh City University of Technology and Education in 2012. So his research interests include robotics and automation. So he is currently working at Faculty of Mechatronics and Electronics in Lạc Hồng University. He is now the head of Lạc Hồng Design Factory. So ladies and gentlemen, to talk about the learning ecosystem of Education 4.0, results from the Empowering Vietnamese Teachers for Transformation Towards Education 4.0 project, let us all welcome Mr. Lê Hoàng Anh. Sir, you are muted.
Yeah. Thank you so much for Dr. Sinamite Gaman. Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to share our results from the project. The first one, sorry. As a member of this project from Lạc Hồng University, this project, the Vietnamese teacher will have some training to get more competency for the education for this project is supported by Erasmus Plus program and the European Union. In this project, they want to create a new learning ecosystem. In the previous presentation, as you can hear, Dr. Johnson, we can understand how important for the learning ecosystem in education. In this project, we just focus in three main areas: pedagogy, technology, and learning ecosystem. In this presentation, I would like to share with you the learning ecosystem, how we can build a learning ecosystem, especially how we can make the collaboration between the university and the industrial. The first one, we have to answer the question why in industrial education collaboration. The rapid change in the world of work in industry for make the university, the school have to change the pedagogical practice and environment. The traditional school environment is not enough because we don't have enough the machine, we don't have enough the actual or authentic problem for students to practice or to find and solve the problem. In this in this collaboration, the educational institution can get the advantage. The university or the school can be better assure that the student can learn the relevant competencies from the work-life partner. they can use the benefits from the fresh perspective of the student, the new people for making the idea, and compile with the diverse professional expertise from the university to solve the problem of the company. In this training course, we learn the framework co-creation pedagogy from Ham University in Finland. In this framework, we have three partner: student, teacher, and business. In this model, students are the center of creating solution. Teacher not as a tutor, now teacher become as a facilitator. The new roles of the teacher as a facilitator, they have to change the mindset. They have to trust in the learning, development, and collaborate work, and they have to join the uncertainty and accept for the incomplete. And this is the design thinking process. They have 6 steps for students. They can start to build a product for the company. From the step 1 to 6, the student emphasize the problem. Then they identify the solution. They make the prototype, they test, and the final, they use an ABC model to pitch the solution to the client. For the case study in the partner of this project, especially in Lạc Hồng University, we have the makerspace for students to create their idea, but it just limit in the exercise for all the entertainment in their discipline. And when we learn the idea from Ham Design Factory, we change the makerspace into the R&D department. We build another space to make R&D department for SME company. As you can see on the screen, the university have a lot of lecturer. An expert in many fields. They have student, chief employee, and they have lab. A lot of machine for making prototype. Just limit in prototype. It's not a product, but from the company, they understand the market demand. They have a customer. They have finance and they have workshop to build the mass production, so that the university can build the maker space or the design factory to help the SME company.
Mr. Lê Hoàng Anh, is there any problem from your side? Can you hear me, Mr. Lê Hoàng Anh? So maybe we can wait for a second to check whether Mr. Lê Hoàng Anh can return to our conference. If not, we'll move to the next speaker.
Okay. Can we wait for like 1 minute? Probably he's trying to connect back.
I think this is the problem with the internet connection from
Yes.
Mr. Lê Hoàng Anh, and
Yeah.
our team is contacting him. So
Yeah.
Sorry for this inconvenience, our distinguished guests and speakers. We'll wait for a second to see whether Mr. Lê Hoàng Anh can return to our conference. If not, we'll move to the next speaker. Thank you.
Yes.
And then if Mr. Lê Hoàng Anh return to the conference, I will let him to finish his presentation.
Okay, so while we are waiting for our presenter to come back, so let me just have a brief background regarding his co-author in this presentation for this paper. In the person of Associate Professor Tham Lan Nguyen, who is now working as the Vice Rector of Lạc Hồng University in Bien Hoa City, Dong Nai Province in Vietnam also. So I think Mr. Lo Hoang,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
now.
I'm
It's
sorry.
okay, sir. It's okay. You may
I'm sorry.
proceed.
I'm sorry because there are connection in our
Yeah.
office. Yes.
Yeah, you may continue. Thank
Yes.
you.
Yes. As you can see on the screen, we have a 7 step for our design thinking. We make it a suitable for our situation. And the next one, when we apply the design factory model in our university, we have a more opportunity to connect with the industrial. In the previous year, when we work with a company, we just asked them for the opportunity.
Okay. So let me continue the description of his co-author. So Associate Professor Tham Lan Nguyen is serving now as a Vice Rector in their university. So he was also awarded with a Taiwan Government Scholarship for his PhD study at National Kaohsiung University of Applied Sciences in Taiwan during 2011 to 2014. Okay. So I think he's having a difficulty with his connection. Are we going to proceed now to the next presenter? Miss Tao Yun. Oh, he's back again. The floor is yours, Mr. Lee.
Can I continue?
Yeah, you may.
Just one slide left.
Yeah.
And when we build this model in our university, we face the biggest problem. That's the student, they just think about the exercise and the graduation. They don't care about the deadline for of the company when they face to the market. They face to the profits and the deadline. From the teacher, they just think that's their lesson. They don't think about the good or the bad in the market from the work-life partner. So this is the very big problem in this model. Thank you so much for listening.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Le Huang. Indeed, this a short but a very meaty discussion on Erasmus project, specifically the Empowering Vietnamese Teachers for Transformation Towards Education 4.0. It actually gave us a background that digitalization and it can actually enable learning to occur anywhere, which makes our learners as key actors of their own learning. Now, let us proceed to our second presenter for this session. Mr. Le, you can stay with us because we'll have our Q&A later after this second presentation. So our second presenter obtained her master's degree in applied linguistics. This is advanced, specialized in TESOL at the University of Queensland in Australia in 2016. So she is undertaking the PhD in education at the University of Queensland as well. She has been working as a lecturer at the Faculty of Foreign Languages in Quang Binh University in Vietnam for over 10 years. So her research interests are in intercultural competence, internationalization of higher education, teaching English as an international language, and localization of English language teaching. Ladies and gentlemen, to walk us through the facing diverse and dynamic rationales, internationalization in inadequate for higher education across contexts, let us all welcome Ms. Mai Thi Nu Hang.
Thank you so much. So can I share the screen now?
Yes, you may.
Okay. Wait a minute. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mai Hằng, and I am a PhD student from the University of Queensland, Australia. Today, I'm going to present the topic, Facing Diverse and Dynamic Rationales, is Internationalization Etiquette for Higher Education Across Contexts? And here's the main contents. Firstly, I would like to introduce the context of the research. So the topic today is in the progress of my PhD research, which will further investigate how to preserve and develop original educational values, local dimensions in the English language teaching in Vietnam's higher education under the impetus of neoliberalism of globalization. The research is critical literature review. The aim of this topic is to address some raising research problems, whether internationalization of higher education that I called IOHE is adequate to help its learners respond to global and local demands, whether we should continue to conceptualize and use internationalization for shaping educational strategic plans across contexts, whether it is time to make a shift from IOHE to another context-sensitive approach with consideration to global influence. Now let's move on to the background of the study. That is the impact of globalization, neoliberalism on higher education. Yang 2003 claimed that under the global economic force, the world has also seen a diversification of a global higher education market, which is purely economically motivated and commercial. Ahmed et al. 2009 also coined globalization was the reality shaped by an increasing integrated world economy, new information and communications technology, the emergence of international knowledge network, the role of English language, and other forces beyond the control of academic institutions. And Ahmed and Knight, 2007, also claimed that as a responsive approach to the global academic environment, internationalization of higher education became initiatives for policy and practice across contexts. So it's meaningful if we look at the origin of IOHE. Internationalization of higher education model was born and developed in the Western or Anglophone context. IOHE originally means attracting students from other countries to the host countries, known as mobile education. Then it develops and refers to delivering overseas-born curriculum to local institutions, mainly the Western or American curriculum or programs delivered in developing countries, which is known as internationalization of curriculum at home. Although there are some degrees of success of implementing IOHE in some countries, especially in the Western countries, there is still a lot of misconception, misunderstanding of this notion. Particularly, internationalization is usually translated into doing good. That's the reason why this model becomes a dogma applied without questioning or interrogating in different contexts. In many contexts, people become defenders of this tradition named IOHE. And it is arguable that it's risky to consider IOHE the best for higher education plans across contexts due to a diversity of factors, stakeholders, situations, and it is undeniable that there is no sufficient interpretation or model. There are some arguments raising. Particularly, we need to transform from a traditional defense of IOHE into an intellectual agent. Particularly, IOHE should appreciate local, national, regional values, cultures, and wisdom. It's essential to engage local, regional, national issues to solve problems at local level in consideration of global solutions and influence. It's very crucial to revisit and analyze original education values or desirable education. The study's thesis statement is that merely IOHE model is inadequate to help learners to face local global challenges due to diverse and dynamic rationales. The gap of the research. There is little critical literature review on limits of positioning IOHE interpretations to different contexts, its negative consequences, its current status, the deficiency of IOHE implementation in non-English speaking countries, including Vietnam. There are some research questions. First, what are limits of IOHE interpretations across contexts? What are anticipated consequences of the wide application of the IOHE model? What is the current status of the IOHE paradigm assessed in the literature? How is IOHE model implemented in Vietnam and other non-English speaking countries? And now let's move on to the methodology. Data were collected through qualitative document analysis approach. 32 articles and book chapters selected based on the most related content. Data were analyzed with thematic analysis, and the study adopted an inductive approach. The findings of the study, first of all, is the limit of IOHE interpretations. IOHE definition was defined by 2004 that it is the process of integrating an international, intercultural, or global dimension into the purpose, functions, or delivery of post-secondary education. However, it is undeniable that this definition cannot be applied across contexts to enact educational strategic plans because it is exclude the individual level, that is the teacher's function, teacher's roles in implementing IOHE across contexts. And later, DeWitt and Hunter, 2015, also develops this definition by emphasizing this process is intentional and also emphasize IOHE to enhance the quality of education and research for all students and staff to make a meaningful contribution to society. The strength of this definition is emphasizing the quality of education, but not economic drive. However, it's still created too broad, too general, and not contextualized enough. So the stakeholders across contexts not sure how to implement them in a particular context. IOHE not only developed across borders, but also develops to deliver programs at home. Leaks 2015 coined IOC as the incorporation of international, intercultural, and or global dimensions into the content of the curriculum, as well as the learning outcomes, assessment tasks, teaching methods, and support service of a program of study. The strength of this definition is to show attempt to link the global to local. However, it's still created to be a mechanism in order to mimic the contents, the programs of the Western countries or contexts into the local context, and is not context sensitive enough. And there are unanticipated results of IOHE. First of all, unreachable values of IOHE. IOHE values are partnership, collaboration, mutual benefits, and exchange. However, it is not to be operated in reality, but merely presumed. The reasons is the pressure on global standing, reaching a world-renowned status or higher rankings. 2014 also emphasized that IOHE facing commercialization, brain drain, and cultural loss. That's the reason why IOHG is experiencing identity crisis. The WIT 2016 claimed that it is facing a turning point and then suggested an update, refreshment, and fine-tuning taking into account the new world. NIE 2014 also highlights that IOHG suffering a midlife or identity crisis. The deficiency of IOHG implementation in non-English speaking countries also shown in the literature. Firstly, is the Vietnamese higher education Nguyen Phan entrance study on how foreign-born curriculum were inhibited in Vietnamese higher education by investigating the enrollment of advanced programs over the 12 years from 2008 to 2020. The study shows several challenges and shortages of the imported programs. Particularly, there is an ideological and methodological clash between the Vietnamese and the US curricula. The content gap between the Vietnamese culture, values, social situations, and American curricula, and the understanding gap between Vietnamese learners and American academics who lack local experience and connection. Authors recommended that higher education programs need to localize the teaching content and require its stakeholders to not only have international experience, but also local experience and understanding to meet students' needs and local market demands. Real and Nguyen 2021 investigated the status of IOHG in Vietnam, IOHG activities at national and institutional levels and its challenges. The study showed that IOHG conducted through transnational programs and mainly for brain development. IOHG at home, driven by international programs and universities, initiated to enhance competitiveness of its higher education institutes. There are some challenges found. For example, lack of systematic cooperation and coordination between state departments and organizations, quality assurance, and increasing brain drain. They also suggested that it's crucial to promote unique educational values and innovation, as well as wisdom, cultures, and norms of the Vietnamese. In other non-English speaking countries' cases, Renforce 2021 conducted a study how Finnish lecturers experience internationalization of curriculum in their teaching practice at the tertiary level. The study shows that internationalization of curriculum conducted accidentally rather than systematically at the institutional level because it depends on each teacher. Besides that, Faiz and Mohammed 2022 conducted a study on the complexities of English language use among non-Western international students and Malaysian lecturers in English medium instruction programs in relation to internationalization of curriculum delivery. The study results showed that staff and students' English proficiency is inadequate to conduct programs, and it really affects learning process and learning efficacy. Now let's move on to the discussion part. It can be seen that internationalization of higher education appears too disconnected from the local context. Existing interpretations of internationalization likely to prioritize international and global elements in terms of positioning and developing learners to be global citizens and professionals, while the dimensions of local, regional, or national appear to be faded or do not have a clear orientation. For example, how local dimensions, including cultural values, wisdom, and any other aspects are embedded in the curriculum and the learning outcomes. The absence of local dimensions in IOHG across contexts appears to be opposite to the domain of higher education by VISTA 2012, that is socialization, which highlights the responsibility of education to appreciate existing traditions and practice. It also shows conflicts with subjectification, which emphasizes the formation of the individual, boosting existential uniqueness, the first reality of the self. The presentation today will conclude with a further implications for higher education internationalization in globalization. Firstly, it's crucial to revisit and analyze original education values, goodness of education when building educational directions and policies. It's also important to recognize local, regional, national, and global conditions in its constant revolution. We need to rethink, re-evaluate, renovate, and even replace it with a more context-sensitive perspective. There's a call for more empirical research on how to develop higher education under the influence of globalization, but preserving and developing local national educational values, local national wisdom and knowledge. And the next step of my PhD research is to investigate the following themes and concepts: the nexus between globalization and the English language, the philosophy of education and education for public good versus private good, economic good, localization and individualization in education. And here's our references of the study. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hang Mai. So thank you so much for leading us to consider that the educational strategic plans should not only take into account the international and global dimensions, but also the contextual ones, and also to consider that we need to investigate the what and how to develop the curriculum and learning outcomes for particular learners in a particular circumstance to contribute to the sustainable future for the local and the global community. Now let us open the floor for your questions to our two presenters for this last session. You may chat your questions here in our chat box. Participants, ladies and gentlemen, the floor is open for your questions. Okay, so we will wait for a minute. Probably our participants are just typing their questions. Okay, so we have here a question in our chat box, in our Q&A. So this is from Ms. Rizalyn M. Coleman. So the question is, what do you want to prove about the internationalization of education in your study? I think this question is for Ms. Mai. Is it for the individual benefits or is it for the nation building to be globally competitive? Thank you. Yes, Ms. Mai.
Yeah, thank you so much for your question. So the first question is what I prove about internationalization of education in my study. Actually, I would like to argue against like some negative impacts of internationalization of higher education, and that we need to renovate, we need to rethink about this model when we apply this model across contexts, because this model was born in the Western context. So it's not sure, it's not guarantee how it can happen effectively in our context, in non-English speaking context. So my argument in this study is we need to revisit, analyze the goodness of education, the philosophy of education when applying any model, and then specifically the internationalization of higher education model. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mai. Okay, so we have another question. So this is also for Ms. Mai. Can you suggest a good way to attract international students to Vietnamese universities? This is from Ms. Nguyen Thi Quang Ho.
Thank you so much for your question, Mr. Hong. Now let me see the question again. A good way to attract international students to Vietnamese universities. Wow, they're really interesting questions. It must be a desirable future for any governments and university, but I think it's still a long way. Of course, if we want to attract international students to Vietnamese context, we need to also direct our innovate. We need to have our own how can I say, university values. We need to build our own values, and as well as updating under the influence of globalization, using technology, applying technology. But of course, it's I think a lot to do there. We also need to bring the local national values into the agenda, into the programs, and also value international students' values, and also promote the quality of staff and teaching in a university. Yeah, I think we cannot answer all of those answers in just one presentation. So
yeah. Thank you so much, Ms. Mai. So we have here another question. I think this is for you also. So this is from Sir Alfred Esteban. So how will internationalization change the educational landscape in the post-pandemic era? The question is in the chat room, Ms. Mai.
In the chat room?
Yeah, in the chat
room. I just see it
room.
in the Q&A.
Yeah.
I can't see in the chat room. Oh, okay, I see here.
Sir Alfred, can you just type the question to the Q&A chat box? So we'll get back to you later. So let us skip that.
Yeah, I see it here.
Yeah, you see it.
Yeah, I will read the question again, right? How will internationalization change the education landscape in the post-pandemic era? Yes, that is really interesting question, and also my interest to discover more about that as well. I'm on my way to discover it more. And yeah, to my understanding, I think of course, the limit of travel really affects, and you see all of us are sitting in front of the computer and talking, and it means like the way we work, the way we study also changing, right? Yeah, I think I would move on to the next question.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mai. So we have here another question. What methodology do you use for your research?
Yeah, actually, at the moment, I'm really very beginning of my PhD. So I am doing like documents analysis. So my research today, my topic today is part of critical literature review. I critically review the documents about internationalization of higher education across contexts, and for my research, which it will further investigate how to preserve and develop original educational values and local dimensions of English language teaching in higher education in Vietnam under the neoliberalism in the globalization era.
Thank you, Ms. Mai. And probably this is the last question. So, is it not the internationalization of higher education the aim of every country to be at par with the more advanced nations?
Really interesting question. Really happy to know that like this topic receives a lot of questions.
Yeah,
one
it's
of
very
the
interesting
one.
Yeah.
So I will read the question again. It's not that internationalization. Okay, I see. So I think the how can I say, that's the reason why I mean sometimes we just think internationalization is doing good, right?
We think internationalization is good, but actually internationalization of higher education was born and developed in the Western context. For example, in the US, in Canada, in Australia, but you know, the social context here, very, very different. So the educational system also different. And maybe we think internationalization of the West or Westernization also good. So I think it was this term, this notion has been adopted without questioning, without interrogating in our context whether it's suitable or not, right? And the model, if you read about the model, the concept of internationalization, we will know more about how it works and whether it suitable for our context or not. But from my review, I can see that internationalization of higher education in the Western, from the Western theories seems to lack local dimensions. For example, as a teacher, as a lecturer of English language in Vietnam, I teach English, the language, you know, the language of globalization, maybe the language of internationalization as well. But in my lessons, I cannot teach the Western, American cultures only, or the Western cultures only, but I would like to bring Vietnamese cultures, Vietnamese values in the lessons, which not mentioned in this model, in the original definition of this model. And as a teacher, you know that I am aware of what is happening around me. That is environmental problems, the climate change, the air pollution happening around me, and through teaching English, through teaching the English language, I think that I should bring on up the social issues in Vietnam. Through teaching the language, I bring the solutions from other countries, from around the world, to help my students to be aware of, to raise their awareness of protecting the environment through the language. So how internationalization of higher education can do that, can make education become socially engaged, that we use through education, we can contribute to more solving social problems or the local problems. So whether internationalization of higher education is our aim, aim or objective or not, we need to reconsider. That is what I argued. We need to reconsider the model. Okay, thank you for the question.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mai, for answering all of the questions posted by our participants. So to close this session for this afternoon, we would like to thank the organizers, the SEAMEO in regional training in Vietnam, and as well as the British Columbia Council for International Education in Canada. So thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to have a walk in this MVTET project, and as well as the study about the inadequacy of internationalization in higher education across contexts. Back to you, Ms. Tao Yun.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Sheena Gamant, for your moderation. As well as thank you, Mr. Leon An from Lạc Hồng University and Ms. Mai Thị Như Hằng from the University of Queensland in Australia for spending your time with us today. Dear participants, thank you very much for your participation. This is the end of day 1 of the International Conference on Innovative Leadership and Management in Higher Education, Global Trends and Practices in the Post-COVID-19 Pandemic. Tomorrow, may I remind you that our conference will start from 8:30 Vietnamese time with a keynote speaker, Dr. Colin Dewar, Director, External Relations, British Columbia Council for International Education, Canada. Please click into the Zoom joining link that we sent you by email to access directly to the conference. And we use only one link for the whole conference. If you cannot watch our conference on the Zoom platform, you can watch it on SEAMEO RETRAC's YouTube channel. And regarding your inquiry about the evaluation and attendance link, please kindly be noted that the evaluation and certificate validation form will be available only at the end of the conference, which will be published by our team on tomorrow morning. Thank you very much. Mai says goodbye to you. See you tomorrow.
Bye. Thank you so much for having me as your moderator. Thank you, everyone. Goodbye.
Thank you and goodbye.